other person.
Yeah, and then when you're done, just turn. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Boulder Valley School District Board of Education for Tuesday, February 27th. Board members may attend and participate in board meetings by electronic means in accordance with BVSD policy BMEA and state law. Laura, would you please call the roll?
Chavez.
Here.
Medler.
Here.
Niznik.
Here.
Quinlan Oweda.
Here.
Rajpal.
Here.
Sargent.
Here.
Unger.
Here.
Thank you.
We will now begin the work session portion of this meeting. Board members, we have a really big meaty topic to go over in a relatively short amount of time. So I would like to propose that we go through the findings of this report and then pause. Everybody can have an opportunity to ask one question. We will continue for the rest of the report, and then with time that allows, board members may ask additional questions at the time, but I think it's really critical that we get through the recommendations of this report. Is that okay? Great. Okay, Dr. Anderson, can you do the introductions, please?
Thank you, Board President Rajpal, members of the board. It's exciting to be here with you all this evening to go through what I think it was an excellent evaluation of our 2019 strategic plan. Just as a recap for the board and for the public, I started in BVSD in July of 2018. Once I started, I completed a 100-day plan where I really started to dig into some of the aspects of the school district, reported that out to the public in November of 2018. And in January of 2019, we started a strategic planning process. Lasted about 6 months. That resulted in the Altogether for All Students strategic plan that you all are very familiar with and we've reported on previously. The plan was always designed to be a 5-year plan. As most strategic plans, school strategic plans that I'm familiar with, are either 3 to 5 years, and there was certainly enough work to extend over 5 years. During that time, I think that as you'll see in the evaluation, there was some really great things that happened, and certainly some more opportunities to continue to work on that. And we also endured a pandemic and the most destructive wildfire in Colorado history, and lots of things in between. And so I know that the last 5 years feels like it's flown by like that. But when it was this past fall, as consulting with the previous board, we felt like it was a really good idea to do an evaluation of where we are. So I reached out to the very best person that I know that does evaluations of school district strategic plans, all things evaluation. That's Dr. Shelley Billig. I'm honored that she took on this task for BVSD, and I think that she's done an excellent job, very thorough analysis, methodology, certainly strong. And so what we'd love to do is turn the presentation over to Shelley, and she could report out some of the findings and then recommendations as Nicole had shared previously. So with that, Shelley, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Rob. And thank you, and thank Laura, and thank Chris back here, and Laura over there, and Jonathan Dings they gave me so much material, which is why this is as comprehensive as it is. So appreciate it. Let me talk about a few things. One is the context, as Rob just mentioned, you went through the pandemic and everything else. And so the goal in most places right now is to try to get back to pre-pandemic, since everybody's lost so much. And you fortunately have done that and more. But I just wanted to put that in context, that people don't look at this really as 5 years anymore. They look at it as let us return to where we are. And it's really exciting here. Let me go through the methodology just so you understand what I did and why I did it, and then I want to go briefly through some of the findings. First, we did focus groups. It's always interesting to hear from folks who are on the ground. And so it was board members, principals, district staff, parents, committee members, students, teachers, you name it. 264 people later. We had lots and lots and lots of information with lots of follow-up. Also, I wanted to make sure that we heard from people who may not have an opportunity to be invited into a group, since the groups were somewhere between 8 and 12 people. And so there were open forums, there was a website opening, so we got some different kinds of input there from people who wanted to be heard. And so it felt like if you wanted to have input, you could have input. And wow, did I get a lot of input. Most of the focus groups lasted 90 minutes. Some of them were 2 hours. Some of them went over even more than that. The exception was with the students. I was trying to keep it to a period, and so we were in the high schools for about that amount of time. They were really forthcoming. It was terrific to talk to them. They're all high school students. And then there were data. So my data sources were CDE and BBSD. And I literally have, I'm going to say, thousands of pieces of data that I received. And so a lot of it was, could I get it in this form? Could you look into that? Could we compare this? Could we take a look at that? And the responsiveness was amazing here. I got everything I needed. I also looked at your website and all of your documents, including all the internal documents. I appreciate staff giving me access to all those internal documents so I could see all the emails going back and forth and how the changes and why the changes occurred and all of those sorts of things. So I felt I got a really good picture of what went on during the last 5 years. I organized this by your goals, the board's goals for the strategic plan. The goals did not always match the strategies, as you probably saw. And so there's going to, as you go into the future, you're going to want to do some tweaking around some of those things. And a couple of other contextual variables. First, I want to tell you the amount of talent you have in this school district is amazing, amazing. You've just kind of attracted the best and the brightest, and they just keep getting better and better. Rarely do I see this kind of talent in school districts. I should tell you, I've done probably about 6 dozen of these things across the country. And so, you end up seeing a lot, and it's just so impressive, the talent you have here. The other thing that's impressive but also concerning is how slim the district is. There's just not enough people to do all the work that needs to be done in this district. And so as I go through some of the findings and some of the recommendations, what you'll probably recognize is you could only do so much with the people that you had. Even though they're amazing talents, even though I got 70, 80 hour a week people working just crazy amount of work, there's only so much you can do. So you'll need to think about what kind of investments you need to make in the future so that you're efficient and effective, and then you build your sustainability and then you diffuse it. So that'll be another theme that comes through. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to just walk you through the findings. I won't give a lot of detail. If you want more detail, feel free to ask. But I want to kind of give you the big picture, and then I'll tell you about my recommendations and why I'm making the particular recommendations that I'm making. First, wow, you guys did well with the academic achievement. No surprise there, but you expected with the pandemic that you wouldn't do as well, and you did. And so congratulations, your test scores are quite high. You've maintained them. You exceed what the state expects. Most of your subgroups hit their benchmarks for either achievement or for growth. It was particularly gratifying to see the growth. And so even if the benchmark for achievement wasn't hit, the growth was pretty phenomenal for the amount of time that you had to do it. So nice job on all of those things. You have a few groups that didn't do as well, and you need to start paying attention to some of that kind of data. Those 2 groups in particular were ELLs and students who are identified for special education services. Your median percentile growth was terrific. That just shows you when you intend, and this is another big finding, when this district intends to do something, it often happens. And so when there was, thank you, my voice is soft. When there was an intention to work with free and reduced lunch kids, you got where you needed to go. Where you worked with your schools who were in the UVA system and your lowest performing schools, 4 of them made dramatic changes in a short period of time. So where there's intention and where the research and the data were used to good advantage, you hit your marks. That was true in the student median percentile growth in particular. You could see that, so bravo, you got what you wanted. You will also see later that you didn't always focus in the right places. And then let's take a look at your grad rates, always good. Not too much difference between groups. There's a few groups that could do a little bit better, but with you're in the 90s everywhere, that's really quite good. Your dropout rate is very low, astoundingly low. And so, less than 1% in most places, 1.2 is the highest. My gosh, that's great. So the kids are staying in school. Congratulations there. 90% of the students had a trusted adult. So that's a culture shift. That's pretty special. In these times where mental health is a particular issue, having somebody that you can turn to talk to, is a dramatic change that's been really amazing. So kudos on that. That's a very unusual figure across the United States. Tremendous. Then some of the other things, your summer learning opportunities, you got several thousand students. You probably could do more, but that's a good number of people taking advantage of that, particularly when you had pandemic in the middle of it. Disproportionality, which was a very large focus, was measured in kind of a funny way, so I'll come back to that. So most disproportionality is you take a look at what proportion a group represents of the school district, and then you want to make it proportional to the population. That's what most people do. And that's particularly important for something like behavior or discipline. You want to make sure that there isn't bias going on for groups for something like that. But it's unusual to see that for advanced learning, because the idea is not zero-sum. You want all boats to rise, right? You want all the advanced kids, anybody to do better in advanced coursework. That's your math, your IB, your concurrent enrollment, all of those things that you offer that really accelerate learning. You don't want to look at that as proportionality. You want to look at that as gain over time. So if you look at it as gain over time, you did quite well. If you look at it as disproportionality, not so much. So I'm saying that because I'd love you to revisit your metrics at some point, to recognize some of those and celebrate some of the great advantages you have, which you can't do given the metrics that you have right now. Interventions. So you did a pretty good job on providing interventions in reading. Over the last year, you're going to have to switch your reading in K3 because you were using things that were not research-based. I think as you incorporate these new programs, you'll find that your reading achievement accelerates dramatically. Take a little time for it to cascade through the system because you've got some people in middle school that are not readers. But hopefully with this new system, they will become readers. So kudos on that. It's a hard road to make those kinds of changes when you've been teaching some way for 20 years and now you're asked to teach a different way. But now that we know what works, we need to do what works. Your interventions for math were not quite as good. For science, they were kind of not there. So it's the literacy where you've done a great job, and I can see that you're going to continue doing that. Discipline. So that is something that you want to look at with disproportionality. We did not do as well there as you should. You've got some of the pieces in place that you need to have in place to bring equity to the system, which is that you need to define all misbehaviors in exactly the same way. You need to have consequences be exactly the same. And when that happens, then you have a real sense of what the disproportionality is. But there also has to be a recognition that candor is important. So if a child is misbehaving, they're going to have to be identified and something needs to be done about it. However, some of what needs to be done about it is why. Are they bored? Are they disengaged? Are they being bullied? What's going on? And so there's work to be done there to find out the root cause of your disproportionality. Even though your outcomes are not where they need to be, you are going in the right direction. but work to be done. The subgroups that I looked at, so you've had reports on children who qualify for free and reduced price lunch and for Latinx students now for a long time, and you're doing quite well with those groups. But your strategic plan had all groups, and so I looked at all groups. And when you look at all groups, you find that there's a mixed record for all groups. I'm going to go back again into intentionality because you were intentional about FRL and Latinx. You tended to do more, and you got better results. Some of these groups just didn't have any particular kind of focus, and so there you go. Nonetheless, the achievement levels went up. Very good things happened with some of your groups, but not for others. I'm going to once again bring up special education. It is still an issue. I know the parents have talked about it. I know teachers have talked about it. Part of that is that your MTSS system is not working as well as it should, and so you're not solving some of the problems early enough, and so they end up becoming a bigger and bigger problem over time. I'll get back to that in recommendations. There's also a few little things here about, now I'm on number 10, very few changes for a few of the groups, demographic groups, for advanced, for subgroups that are in special ed. The disproportionality advanced courses were the FRL, ELL, and Latinx students, again, the intentionality. The dual enrollment is working nicely. The students really like it. The high school students waxed eloquent about what a great opportunity it was, and others stopped the focus group and wanted to know more about it from the ones who are participating. Unfortunately, I wouldn't let them do that, and I had told them they needed to do that later. But it's a very popular program, as is the CTE Pathways program. Lots of very positive responses on there. I think it could be expanded. The community members wanted to do more, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there for that to happen, and I know there's some plans in place for that. The GT students are another area that we're probably not focusing enough on. You've got a huge number of really qualified advanced students, but you're also using a little bit of the old measures of what it means to be qualified. And you're looking at it says gifted and talented. You're looking at the gifted part and not always the talented part. And so sometimes we need to take a look at that. So some of those areas need to be re-examined. Seal of Biliteracy is working beautifully. People love it. The students are going for it. We all recognize how important it is to be a multilingual, bilingual. Multilingual is even better. The world is changing, and so this is a good way to prepare your students for the future. You've made progress in hiring leaders of color, not so much teachers of color, so there needs to be a little bit more effort there. And then the paces of the schools adopting the initiatives has been quite different. Some of that by design. So the design was to start with elementary schools and kind of, move forward with schools, but it sort of went elementary, then high school, and then middle school. So middle school folks are feeling a little left out in this. You've got good, again, here's the intentionality, you've got good results in the elementary schools that have embraced the changes. They are talking to other people want to know more about it, and so there's some good receptivity there. For this, but if you want faster, better results, you're going to have to accelerate this a bit. And so it's just not going to happen at the pace you're at, and it's not going to happen, sorry to say this, with as much choice as you give people. Because sometimes when you give them choices, they make pretty bad choices. And so there are things that you need to hold tight on, as you say here. We call them non-negotiables. What is it that works, that works, that has to be in every place? And then where's the choice? Because there should be choice. And generally what it is there's no choice in what to teach. There's lots of choice in how to teach, as long as you're using effective teaching techniques. There's not necessarily please do this on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. That does not work. What works is get to it, measure it, reteach it if necessary, get to mastery, move on. But cover the priority standards. And if you cover fewer standards, the priority standards, you'll do a better job on that kind of thing. So it's tightening up the system so that the system itself, the infrastructure itself, is better and more effective. So there's the different paces. Let's go to what you ought to do with your initiatives. So I asked, and some of you were respondents to this, what do you think you should continue? What do you think you should accelerate and invest more funds in? And what would you drop? So virtually nobody wants to drop anything. But the initiatives that people wanted to invest in, people think these are the right initiatives, and they think they're working. And so there is quite a lot of agreement that there ought to be some investment in instruction, a huge amount of investment in assessment, and making assessment efficient and effective. What I mean by that now is that time is being spent on assessment tasks that shouldn't be spent there. Teachers shouldn't need to input data, for example. It should go right off their tablet, right? And so there are places for your assessment systems where you could become far more efficient, frees up time for what's more important, looking at the data, analyzing the data, figuring out how to teach it better, and teaching. The assessment then is one area. MTSS works where it works. When it's done well, it works well. Where it's not done well, it doesn't work at all. And so what you do is what you get on your MTSS system. So people think it's kind of a good idea, but there's a lot of problems around funding and staffing and what it should look like and what the assessment should look like and how the data should be used and so on. So there's work to be done there. I'm going back to our tighter system. I think some of you said this, and I heard it in, I'm going to say 3/4 of the focus groups. We are not a school district, we are a district of schools. But that's not the best way to operate. The balance isn't quite right. And so, again, finding a slightly better balance there is a good idea. And then finally, and probably as importantly as anything else, everybody agrees that equity should remain a focus. It's important to serve all students. It's important to not be equal, but to be equitable around opportunity. And so that was in every single group. It was affirmed that that was the right thing to do. So I'm going to stop there before I give you my recommendations and ask you what questions you have.
So board members, again, because we're halfway through this and we're halfway through our time, your one best question or comment, we can go around the dais, and then we'll leave any remaining ones till the very end of this presentation. With that, who would like to begin? Jason.
I wanted to ask you a question about something you said that we're not going to make progress, or I forget exactly, with the choices that you give people. Could you say a little bit more about what that means and an example of that?
Sure. So there's a really strong research literature on this because school districts have struggled with this since standards came around, where do you have discretion and where you don't have discretion. And in general, it's probably a good idea to do a work session around some of that so that you get the deeper understanding there. But the general idea is what to teach should be a non-negotiable. You should teach to standards. These are the things that everybody thinks are important for you to know and you're able to do. It gets you into college. It gets you a high test score, blah, blah, blah. These are the important things to do. So those are your standards. We know that certain teaching instructional techniques work better than others. For example, we know that engaging students so that they actually have hands-on activity and a way to apply knowledge works better than lecturing them and having them take notes. And so there are literatures on all of these things. There's literature on how to engage students, how to motivate them, how to get the behavior to be the way that you want it to be, and so forth. So really rich literature. There's also a rich literature that says, don't tell teachers what to teach at 9 o'clock in the morning. Let them decide. Don't tell teachers how to reteach something that a student didn't learn. Get them to use another technique that didn't work the first time, something different. So again, a literature there. There's a very strong literature on when to assess and when not to assess and how many assessments you ought to be giving kids and what the assessments ought to assess and the alignment. So again, choices, there's just a really strong research literature on what works and what doesn't. And the balance is pretty good because most people, districts who have achieved that balance, people are happy.
Elenia?
Could you share with me, you said we were high at 90% of kids having a trusted adult in school. What would you see nationwide on that?
Nationwide, it's usually in the high 60s, low 70s. So that's why I'm saying you're very high. It's great. It's great. It tends to be higher in higher wealth districts, frankly, but still not there. So it's quite good.
Jorge?
First of all, let me say thank you for the work on this. It's very comprehensive, covers a large amount of information, quite dense and heavy when you print it out. So I really appreciate the work went into it. And I really like the detail. You really focused on the positives, on things that are working, what to invest in. And I'm curious if it wasn't mentioned as much in here, if there was agreement about challenges. Do you see the same challenges being reported by administrators, teachers, students, and families? Are there barriers that are present that are impeding some of the stuff that we're doing that we could focus on, that kind of high impact barriers or challenges that we could address?
Yes,
I know it's a big question.
there are a few that came up repeatedly. One of them is around bullying. There's still some of that going on. It still isn't handled as well as it needs to be. There's some policies in the way, so when parents wanted to transfer their children into another school, it wasn't as easy as they needed it to be. The restorative practices only work to some extent in some places. They don't work consistently everywhere. The consequences are not consistently applied. So that's one area that needs some redirection and help. Most of the rest of it is just how can I do all of this? You're expecting a lot of me. There's an awful lot of change going on. What's your priority? If I wait it out, this too shall pass. That was not very prevalent, but it was still an underlying concern among some people, which is, as you'll see in a moment, one of the reasons why I'm going to suggest staying the course.
Beth?
I also want to echo what Jorge said. Thank you so much for all this work. And you're right, it's a dense, heavy document. Thank you for printing this for us as well.
Sorry to kill all those trees.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all in the name of something good and productive. A lot of the questions have been answered, and I know this is kind of just our first pass at this, but you said you've done, what did you say, six dozen of these. I'm just curious, kind of a broad question. What was surprising about this? What did you find surprising kind of in your initial analysis of VDSD?
Probably the only surprising thing I found was that I expected you to be further ahead than where you are. These initiatives are the right initiatives. So the pandemic probably, is partially to blame. But some of it is, again, the slimness of the staff. You don't have enough people to do this work. And because of that, schools, I think, get the message that, well, we can do what we want until they get around to us, that kind of thing. So I was surprised. I know there's been some criticism that there's too much being spent in the district. Honestly, this is one of the slimmest districts I've ever seen. And you can't do the work without the right people. So I think you have the right people, the right ideas, but you don't have the staff power enough to make it work.
Alex?
Like everyone else, thank you very much. And I recommend everybody in our community to read the whole thing. I wanted to ask about two of the recommendations and see how they overlap. One is sort of the unevenness of the initiatives getting implemented, and the other is sort of thinking about elementary versus high school versus middle. And I know we've put resources into our historically lower performing elementary schools. What would you recommend about how we sort of move forward to make progress in high schools and middle schools together while also addressing that like uneven implementation?
Yeah, I think you might want to use staff a little bit differently than you use them now. One of the things I talked to Rob and Laura about is a teacher leader cadre. I think you can really maximize the help the teachers can give each other. It's less expensive and it's also better received, getting peer reviews and that sort of thing. So there's ways that you can do that, that even out your responsibilities. There's also a lot of training of trainer kind of things, more coaching, different ways that you could use staff to do what needs to be done that would do this. Even the really high-performing schools could be better. I mean, honestly, sometimes when your data are dragged down, it's because the gifted kids aren't getting what they need. And so, there's room for help everywhere, and if you had the right staffing levels, I think you could do it.
I don't have any questions right now because people have asked them already, but again, thank you so much for doing this. This is so helpful, and it's heartening to see that we are making progress in areas that have stumped us for years and years.
Thanks, Kitty. So should I move on to let me move on to these recommendations. So the first and most important is stay the course. I would not make any major changes anywhere. There's a few things that could potentially be dropped or done to a lesser degree, but your major initiatives should all continue. You will be done with priority standards soon, and then the state will change the standards and you'll have to do it again. But even that's tweaking. That's not overhaul work the way that the work has, quite a bit of the work has been done. And then as you move on with that, you'll see that you'll have to figure out what the overlap is between the textbook and the curriculum and the standards and kind of, do that work to make it more elegant and more efficient. Your work on the instructional playbook is amazing. It's a great resource. However, it's limited to certain grade levels and content areas. And so if you could pump that up and then actually provide the kind of training that needs to be done so that people can adopt it, try it, get feedback, make themselves better, that would be great. Your MTSS initiative it's a well-designed initiative. It needs more people. It needs more implementation. You need to figure out different models for how the staff can make this happen at their own sites. I could go on. The leadership development is quite good. I want to put in kudos for warm demanding. Warm demanding is what works across the nation. So the caring part of it, but also the non-negotiable, we need you to do this part of it. That's warm demanding leadership. You're doing it here. Not all of it is being implemented that way, but it's the right kind of training to go on, and it's working. The equity challenges, I think they need to be sort of reshaped a little bit, but most of them are on the right track, and then they need to be more inclusive than what they are right now. So there's a lot of these initiatives that you have going on, have a good anchoring, as we call it, and now they need to be tweaked so that they become even more effective, but they shouldn't go away. They should be continued. The tweaking is what I have in that second recommendation. There is duplication right now, and there's no need for that duplication. So you need to do a quick study on what's being duplicated. I've got a lot of it here if you read closely. Get rid of the duplication. That'll free up time and effort and put it elsewhere. The biggest one is culturally responsive, tiered and then tears. I mean, what are we doing here? And then the equity challenges, those are all the same sort of bundle of things, but they have different staff working on different things, and it makes more sense to make it a system than to have separate things. Along that same line, just because I'm talking about initiatives, you need to be careful not to have whiplash yourself as a board. And what I mean by that is that sometimes people have a challenge with their student, and it's real, and it should be handled. But that doesn't mean the system needs to change. It means there's a problem with that individual student. And so you need to be wise about what's a system issue and what's an individual issue or a school issue. And so not being reactive, but being strategic is something that I would urge you to do. Some of that is around the initiatives. Again, I've got a whole lot of information about how to improve each one of those initiatives. I did that because I really feel strongly that you should maintain them, but that they can be improved. And so there's just dense information there about what's worked in other places. The subpopulations that are currently unnamed, we do need to think about, you didn't name some of your populations that have fewer than 200 students. Well, we shouldn't necessarily be focusing there. It does have to be the big bang for the buck kind of thing. On the other hand, there are students missing from this focus, and they need to be counted as well. I've already talked about this, and I kind of feel like ad nauseum, but I'll say it one more time. What's non-negotiable and what's negotiable? New Balance. Again, there shouldn't be so strict, and it shouldn't be so lenient. You need to find a better balance. The input and feedback. So a number of groups that I talked to said, I give a lot of input. People listen. It's really wonderful that they listen, but we don't know what happens. And so that's just communication. I think things do happen. It's just the loop doesn't close. And so it's just being aware that that needs to happen. The warm but demanding I talked about. Okay. The disproportionality, I think I talked about that a little bit before. You need to get to root cause on that. You've got some issues there that suggest that engagement is probably part of the root cause there. There may also be some home things and some mental health things going on, but you need to investigate it. And then finally, your metrics need to be redeveloped. You have too many. As you can see, that's one of the reasons this is such a hefty report. Too many metrics. You're not focusing on the ones that are most important. You're sometimes measuring them in odd ways. And so it's something that just needs to tighten up, along with a number of your other systems, like your assessment system should be tightened. Just so your MTSS system should be tightened. So that's a lot of tightening that needs to go on. In terms of investment, let me just say this. The investment in doing some of these things centrally pays off. So it's a large investment at the beginning, and it feels, like, oh my gosh, that's costing us so much money. But over time, the payoff is so great, and then you can devolve it all, and a lot of things will go away. And so you really do need to think about whether this is the right time, and I would say it probably is, to make the larger investment to accelerate the progress you have, to make more effective the systems you have going on. People will see the success, it'll be more motivating, and then it sort of breeds its own success. So don't be afraid of loosening this purse strings just a little to make sure that you can make this work.
That was very quick. And thank you again for this very thoughtful presentation. There's a lot for us to think about, for the staff to think about, and we'll be chewing on this for a while, I imagine. Board members, we'll go around one more time. Any final questions for Shelley Billig? Jason?
Not a specific question, kind of building off what Beth had asked earlier. You've mentioned, I think you said 6 dozen of these similar studies around the country. lots that you focus on, other things that were just like gaps or things that we're missing here that other districts around the country, peer districts, do well or do in some cases that we just don't do?
Your biggest one is your assessment system. You don't use data the way you should. You don't have the systems in place that you should. That's probably, I would say, about the worst.
Could
that I
you give an
could say.
example of a place that does that well and
Oh
and
my
how and
gosh.
what they do well?
I can give you many dozens of examples.
Maybe just one.
Just one. Oh, my gosh.
Just what it
am I
looks
gonna
like,
say?
just so we could have a sense of that.
Miami does this well. Miami-Dade. I can send this to you again. At some point, somebody said, what about districts our size? And I do have a set of districts that are your size that are university towns that do this well. Eugene, Oregon is one of them. So there are places across the nation that resemble you a lot that you could probably learn from. Might be worth a visit.
Beth?
If we were to consider holding additional work sessions to kind of digest all of this information as a board and kind of with the public, what 2 or 3 topics would you suggest we focus our energy on in future work sessions?
Oh, my. I'm going to sound like a broken record here. I think actually, first off, is that whole balance of tight-loose. That's it's huge and complicated issue that has so many different valences to it. So I think that's going to take some time for you to decide how to handle that. And then I think probably a couple of these systems, assessment and MTSS may be the ones that I would go for first.
Alex?
Yeah, I'd like to circle back to other districts you might look at. I'm from Eugene, by the way, so that was great to hear.
There you go.
I sort of noticed the tension we have as a community between needing to do more with our gifted population and needing to do more with our kids with disabilities and our schools with high concentrations of poverty. And it seems like that can historically lead to more identification going on where affluence is and the metrics not being right. What district's doing a great job of advancing their gifted and talented kids and also addressing their equity and their historical local values?
Okay, there are quite a few, but you're not ready. So the ones that do this don't necessarily have grade levels, they have progressions. And what that means is that you learn at paces you don't necessarily, every 6 to 8 to 12 weeks, you can switch around. You maximize your own learning, you maximize your interests and so forth, but you are not at the place where that would work here. And so it's something to strive for. In the meantime, there are clearly things you can do around differentiation in the classroom. There's just not a lot of it here. So there's no reason why advanced kids can't get advanced assignments, or anybody who wants them can't take on advanced assignments. There should be a greater diversity of learning techniques. So project-based learning is a perfect example of how to maximize talents of all kids. And share and teach each other, each one teach one kind of thing. So there's some instructional methodologies you could use. I would use a different identification system for gifted kids because I think you're using the COGAT, and sometimes that works and some kids don't test well. And so you miss a lot of kids who really could be doing things differently. You've got a verbal test, I think, in 6th grade now. It's a good start, but it should be all the way down into 1st.
Something that I keep coming back to, our strategic plan is all together for all students. And what you referenced was that we're not quite there with all of our students, and we are a district of schools, not a school district. And so how do we come together and really coalesce around being a school district that is all together for all students? So that's just something I'm holding space for, and I'm really glad that you brought that up. The other thing is, when we received a budget presentation a month or so ago from Bill, we compare ourselves to our like districts. And we do spend less as a percentage of our budget on admin than our like districts in this state. And it continually is something we hear from staff, at schools, roundtables just on Monday, can you spend less on administration? And so I appreciate the outside perspective on what really having intentionality and support to make these big changes might look like and needs to be to really make sure we are meeting the needs of our students. And so thank you for holding that up, because there is some perceptions and biases around that within our school district that I think we will have to overcome, but hearing that from you is a really positive first step. So thank you for that. Jason?
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question. Just on that, there is this perception that we are very top-heavy and there's a very large administration, and it's good to see that that's actually not the case when you compare to other districts. But given that perception, the perception in schools and in the community, where with limited resources would you target? You said we need to staff up in a lot of areas. Where would you target additional staffing at the administration level or at the district level?
I think I would go into content areas. You're making big changes in literacy and math. You need to support people in literacy and math. And so the way to do that is to use the expertise, especially right now, since you're changing anyway. This would be a good time to do it. And so someone who can develop a strategic plan around those areas, who can have coaching. First, I would use the data and the deep data dives in that area, and then coaching for reteaching. You need to look at actually how people are teaching and what's working, and kind of have teachers look at their own data around that and share their successes and their lack of successes, where the case would be. But content is where I'd put it right now.
I have one more question. You had mentioned staying the course and maybe combining a couple initiatives. I look at the strategic plan, and there are a lot of components of it. So given the extensiveness of this, limited resources around staffing, and your recommendation to really get intentional and focus across the district on making improvements in these areas, is there anything that you would let go, or you truly think we keep all of these targets and just put more resources behind them?
So I would redirect some of the initiatives. For example, school-family partnerships, right? What parents mostly want is to know how they can help their child be successful. The communication is, what are the events that are going on next Friday? So not as powerful as it should be. You can invest the exact same amount of money and get a better result. So I wouldn't diminish that, but I would change it. Similarly with a lot of the community work that you're doing, you have this wonderful community partners who are willing to give more, but there's not enough staff to help them to know what they should do, to put the confidentiality and the rules in place for child protection and so forth. But they're there and they're willing, and so I think they're an initial investment there, and then you can pull way back on what you need to do there is another good idea. So redirection as opposed to diminishment. There's nothing in there that doesn't have merit. It's just making the merit more effective, greater.
Alex?
I see that our approach to return on investment isn't really working out. And at the same time, we need to be more efficient while also sort of getting things to move. So in addition to assessment, what sort of systems do we need to be better at getting the feedback into the system?
So your analysis is, what you did with renewing your cover was great. You were spending too much and not getting bang for the buck, and so you got rid of it. Great. But there are other ways to analyze data that don't cost as much. And then if you use your databases that you have now, you could see where it's working and where it's not. And if you start matching kids, some of whom have a program and some of them who do not have that program, and see what's working there, is it really boosting them? You can do it that way. So it's a different kind of study, but it's using the data that you already have, and tends not to be as expensive. on the academic return on investment as what you had to do for reading recovery.
Any final questions or comments, board members? Dr. Anderson?
First of all, Shelley, I just want to thank you. And I want to thank everybody who participated in what I am confident is a very robust and honest assessment of where we are as a school district. And I think that there are areas where I'm proud, and there's areas where we need to dig in and do better. And I think that all high-performer organizations take that type of an approach. There's a lot for our team to process here, board members. And so as we think about next steps, I do think that our team needs to sit with some of these recommendations as we're preparing for our budget and we're preparing to plan for next year, and just take some time digging in on what would a 5-year sequencing of implementing these recommendations look like. And where do we start first? And then how do you invest in those things? How do you find the dollars to invest? Where do we repurpose? There's a lot of complex decisions that I think we're going to have to sit down and figure out. But there's clarity on where we want to be. And I think that this review gives Laura and I a lot of clarity on what are the things that we need to do to move forward. I'll say this is a lot of work. And as we think about the course of the next 5 years, how do we dial up the bandwidth that we need to be able to measure, monitor, support some of these changes? And how does that impact all of the work in the school district with our focus? I think over the past 5 years, I think we did great work in the strategic plan, but we also took on some work that might have been somewhat aligned, but not directly aligned. I think of the staff time, effort, resources around some of the things that we took on, SROs, dealing with that, which I think we've gotten great results from that. Some of the work we've done on interpretation, translation, important work that we came across doing our work that we had to take on. Our expansion of dual language programming, our alignment of our dual language programming. I think that there are examples of really good work that took bandwidth, that prevented bandwidth from going to some of the big things that you would see. And, Shelley made a comment about, she was surprised about how far we are behind on some things that are pretty standard in high-performing districts, the assessment system being one for certain. And my hope is that we can make some quick moves to be able to really shore up some of our systems. And then just really the promise of teacher leadership to help us get there in Boulder Valley, I think is amongst the most promising strategies that we can embrace, and really thinking about how we're using our time, talent, and dollars to get there. So I'm excited that we've been given some clarity. I do think that we have a path forward. My recommendation would be that give staff a little bit of time, and then we can come back to a work session. We could bring Shelley if the board felt like that would be beneficial. We can talk about, I think your contract is up, but so we could talk about how we would make that work. But by the end of this semester, my hope would be that we have a clear path moving forward as a school district, and clarity for our community, for board, and for staff.
So my final words here, you have the leadership in place to do this. You have the right people in place. You have the talent in place. You have the right initiatives in place. I mean, really, this was an amazing job, this last 5-year plan, even though I had some criticisms of it, it really was terrific. And so I think you're going to do well. I would urge you to do 5 years, not 3. You need a stay the course kind of action. So, yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. It was really fun. I had a great time, and it was, to me, a giant puzzle to be solved. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shelley, and thanks again to all the folks in the district, parents who participated, staff for giving over all of the information that Shelley needed to really put together this comprehensive report. So we're going to take a short adjournment while we resituate this room for the rest of the board meeting. We will now reconvene our meeting for this evening with the reading of our land acknowledgement. Kitty, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Boulder Valley School District resides and operates on land that is the ancestral homeland and unjustly and illegally taken territory of the Ute, Puebloan, Arapaho, Cheyenne, Apache, Navajo, and 48 other tribal nations historically tied to this land, who have called this land home since time immemorial. We acknowledge the atrocities committed here, including the painful history of genocide, forced assimilation, and efforts to alienate the indigenous inhabitants from their homeland, supported by the policies of the United States government. BVSD is aware of the many indigenous peoples, past and present, and their dignified nations and cultures who care for the land with strength and resilience. BVSD recognizes the histories of the land in Colorado and the survival of the many nations that carry their oral traditions into the present. It is BVSD's responsibility to educate ourselves, our communities, and our students so that we can embrace the wisdom and knowledge of indigenous peoples and actively stand together to address injustices. In offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm and honor the history, wisdom, oral traditions, and resilience of indigenous people and recognize the responsibility to care for and appreciate this land together.
Thank you, Kitty. I'd like to remind everybody that the mission of the Boulder Valley School District is to create challenging, meaningful, and engaging learning opportunities so that all children thrive and are prepared for successful, civically engaged lives. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us in person and remotely. We are glad to have you observe and participate in our meetings. At this time, I would like to see if anybody would like to make a motion to approve agenda for this evening.
So moved.
Moved by Beth, seconded by Lelania. Laura, can you please call the roll?
Chavez,
Yes.
Medler,
Yes.
Niznik,
Yes.
Quinlan Oeda,
Yes.
Rajpal,
Yes.
Sargent,
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The first item on our agenda this evening is a superintendent's report. Dr. Anderson, good evening.
Good evening, Board President Rajpal, members of the board. Good to see everyone here tonight. Love it when we have lots of folks attending our meetings in person, so thanks everybody who was able to make it here this evening. I have a few items to update the board and public on. So board members, as you may know, it is National Public Schools Week. It's an annual week-long event dedicated to recognize the invaluable role of public education in shaping our communities and empowering our youth. And we have some empowered youth here today we're looking forward to hearing from. So please invite our community to join us in celebrating the dedication, passion, and hard work that goes into providing quality education for all of our students. And so just thanks to everybody who make public schools great. Our next photo up here on the screen is from some of our new authors from Louisville Middle School. This week, we had 7 new student authors from Louisville Middle School read and sign copies of their books at Bittersweet Cafe. These works were published after they won a writing competition and just thought that it was a really cool opportunity to share. What a great opportunity for our middle schoolers, and so congratulations to our 7 new authors from Louisville Middle. Board members, last Tuesday, when most students were off, as we had a professional learning day for our staff, we had a packed Nevin Platte Middle School. Students were participating in this year's BVSD Cohort Pharma Science Fair, showing off their smarts and learning. It's such a wonderful event. We're sending 37 projects to the Colorado Science and Engineering Fair in April from BVSD. And we also have 3 projects going to the International Science and Engineering Fair in May. I want to congratulate all of our participants and those that are moving on in both of these really prestigious competitions. About a month ago, board members, our district held its annual theater showcase. We have so many talented students in BVSD. I'm really excited that we're able to highlight so many of them this evening. During this event, our high school thespians led workshops for our middle schoolers to learn and get hands-on experience in the world of theater. Classes covered all aspects of theater, including Broadway dancing, lights, sound, costumes, makeup, prop making, improv, stage, combat, which is fun if you've never seen that, and more. And our high schoolers just did a great job, excellent job planning and leading their workshops. And want to thank all of our high schoolers who were able to do that, and just congratulate all of our thespians for their great work around theater here in BBSD. Finally, it is our time for our student moment. Today, we're excited to have a group of students from Centennial Middle School, which is here in Boulder. They are part of the school's Latinos in Action Club. Tonight, their advisor and Centennial teacher, Alejandra Giagarty, will introduce them. I'm going to turn it over to you, Alejandra.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, board members, and thank you, everybody, for coming. My name is Alejandra Giacardi, and I am the Latinos in Action teacher over at Centennial. During this year, I've had the pleasure of seeing all of these students step into a leadership position, take a more active role in their community, and create a lasting impact. They have tutored elementary school students, planned cultural events, but more importantly, they have all helped build this program into what it is. When we first started the program, I never imagined accomplishing all that we have this first year. Tonight, we have 4 students speaking on behalf of the Latinos in Action to share their stories. And if we can go to the next picture on the slideshow. One more. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karima Alcala. I'm an 8th grader at Centennial. As a member of Latinos in Action, I have made an impact in my community by going to Crestview to tutor their students twice a week. I was partnered with a newcomer from Mexico because she couldn't speak English, and the teachers wanted her to be able to communicate with someone in her native language. As I got to know her better, I noticed she was so sweet and fast at learning. One day she asked me, ¿Por qué todos hablan en inglés? Why does everyone speak in English? In that moment, I thought to myself, she has been surrounded by only Spanish for all 8 years of her life, and now, all of a sudden, she's surrounded by nothing but English. How could that make her feel? I knew that with my bilingualism, I could help her. Could you go to the next slide? I started creating worksheets for her in which I translated colors, numbers, emotions, question stamps, common responses, and so on from Spanish to English. I taught her the basics of communicating in English so she doesn't feel surrounded by a bunch of words and phrases she doesn't understand. I didn't want her to feel left out just because she doesn't know how to speak English. I see her twice a week, and every time I see her, I feel her excitement to practice her English. And that is how I make an impact in my community. Thank you.
Hello, I am Mateo Slau, and I am in the Latinos in Action class at Centennial Middle School. In Latinos in Action, we visit Crestview, a nearby elementary school, to help students with reading, math, and many other things. Our goal is to help kids be more comfortable in school and feel like they have someone to talk to. I am also the VP professional of the class, and it is my job to inform students on future career options and college. Being in Latinos in Action has allowed me to make an impact on my community and to be a leader. Next.
Hello, my name is Anderson Torres Segura. I'm an 8th grader at Centennial Middle School in Boulder, in North Boulder. I'm the Secretary of Latinos in Action, and I'm proud to be in this class. My interactions in this community are meant to create an impact on someone who needs hope and support. We give power to and confidence to those children who are willing to, determined to express who they really are. The students at Crestview Elementary are part of the society. The students at Elementary Crestview are part of this society, and we want them to feel part of something and also to feel their passion with each of them. We expect that our actions impact the students at Crestview Elementary in a positive and impactful way. Well, we tutor our buddies. We have to remember that they are newcomers and not all of them can speak English, which is a new language for them. They could be going through new sections of their lives. There are new feelings around them, and maybe some of them even stressful and different. But this is why we are creating power in their voice. As part of being a leader, I work with a student who has trouble with English skills. From the beginning, my body has been a person who gives a lot of performance and effort in their work, while a very open mind and to knowledge, and always shows enthusiasm when learning new things. When I worked with him, we had practice skills to improve his language by practicing with other students who have the same challenges. We work and practice on learning the English language, but even with these barriers, he has shown that he is capable of working with his classmates and continuing to learn. Thank you for listening and have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Aileen Borjon. I'm an 8th grader at Centennial Middle School in North Boulder and president of Latinos in Action. Being the president of Latinos in Action at Centennial has been a transformative experience for me personally and within my community. Through this role, I've had the opportunity to develop leadership skills by organizing community service projects and cultural events, and I've been able to make a positive impact and inspire others to do the same. My peers have taught me the importance of empathy, compassion, and resilience. LIA has not only improved my own life, but has also allowed me to contribute meaningfully to the betterment of my community. Tutoring at Crestview has been a powerful experience for me and my community by volunteering our time to help students. I've been able to make a meaningful difference in their educational journeys and personal development. Through one-on-one sessions, I've helped students understand challenging concepts and supported them in building their confidence on their abilities. Through community service and Latinos in Action, I have grown as a person, primarily by helping others grow. One day I might be the first in my family to go to college, and Latinos in Action would have helped me make that possible. Next, thank you, BVSD School Board.
Board members, that's all for superintendent's remarks this evening, and what a great way to end it off. Thank you all so much for being here. Happy to answer any questions.
Before you leave, I just wanted to say to the Centennial Cyclones, Latinos in Action, thank you for being such a positive role model for our students at Crestview, for your peers at Centennial, and to students across the district. It's really great work you're doing, and I hope you keep it up. Thank you. One more round of applause before you're heading out. Board members, any questions or comments for Dr. Anderson? Seeing as there are none, we will move on with our agenda for this evening. The next item on our agenda is public participation. The board respects the right of the public to speak on matters concerning the operation of our schools. The board does not endorse the comments of any speaker and reminds all who speak that you are responsible for your own speech. Speakers will each have 2 minutes to speak. You will see a yellow card when you have 30 seconds remaining and an orange card when you have 10 seconds remaining. If you run out of time or have additional remarks, please always feel free to email the board. We do read all of our emails, even if not everybody responds. So our first speaker this evening is Sienna Penice, who has received 2 minutes from Jude Clinchard. Moving on, we will go to Kendall Zotti.
Hi, my name is Kendall Zotti, and I'm here on behalf of the NMSHS students about Nederland FTE funding. So over the past 6 years at NED, I've seen the amount of work that Nederland teachers have in comparison to those at other BVSD schools. Due to a lack of staff at NMSHS, current teachers take it on a tremendous amount of work to accommodate for this. For example, many of our teachers have to commute down to Boulder or even Denver after work, as well as managing the numerous amount of hats they have to wear, leaders in student council, being trusted adults, coaching sports, and teaching average of 5 preps. A science teacher at Nederland has taught over 15 different preps in his 7 years at Nederland. All of these courses were made from scratch and perfected for his students' sake. I can see the time he puts into his classes, and I can also see the strain it puts on him. Next year will be the first time he will not be teaching a new prep. While the school relieves him of creating a new class, he's still teaching an average of 4 to 5 preps every year. This was reflective of the shortage of teachers, especially in the science department at Nederland. Athletic programs at NMSHS have also always fallen short. To find a coach as dedicated to the team as our soccer coach is very rare. This coach, as well as a teacher, lives in Denver. He rides down the bus with his teams, even when they're hours away. Then he rides back up when it would be more efficient for him to stay down there. The absence of another teacher riding the bus down with the teams forces him to spend hours of his time driving back home after a late night game. These examples demonstrate the effects of a huge amount of work that teachers at Nederland need to do in order to make up for the district's lack of FTE funding for Nederland. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Lauren Schrader.
Okay, thank you so much for letting me speak today. I'm here from Nederland Middle Senior High School. My name is Lauren Schrader on behalf of the student body. As a student who looks up to the adults that surround me, I find myself to be very observant of their actions and responses in certain situations. Youth model their actions at a very young age off of the adults most present in their lives. It's important to preface with this before I give the following anecdote. I find this very relevant when speaking of teachers dear to me who have left a large impact on me as a student as well as youth advocate. When students watch a teacher progressively burn out, it puts the strained teacher's face into perspective. Kelly Strong was and continues to be one of my biggest role models and pushes me to become a better version of myself. She left as a result of our school's lack of resources and funding to support her dedicated work. This deficit is strongly rooted in our school's lack of FTE and funding. Ms. Strong did not feel as if she had the support that she needed to continue to exist in such a stressful environment and had to put her mental health first. The day she left, I thanked her for showing this vulnerability to her students and putting her mental health before anything else. In that moment, all I wanted to do was find a way to advocate for her, but I was a sophomore that lacked a voice. Now that I've found my voice, I want to speak for her the struggles that she's faced. While seeing her prioritize her mental health over anything was powerful, it was difficult to watch her go through this burnout at all. It was even harder to witness the effects her loss had on our school. Students see this burnout in a number of other teachers and now empathize for the strain this must put on them mentally. Students like the ones you see here tonight are seeking ways to support these teachers when the district doesn't always do so. Please consider an increase in FTE funding. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Gary Schlosser.
Thank you. Sorry, it's Gray, by the way. My name is Gray Schlosser. I'm in 11th grade at Nederland Middle Senior High School. I'm also here to speak on behalf of FTE funding. I've been going to school in Nederland my entire life. In 4th grade, I sat down to take a test. I understood that it was a very big test for a 4th grader, and I understood that it would determine whether I could take 4th and 5th combined math. However, what I didn't understand was that the grade on that test, those questions and answers, would follow me throughout the remainder of my primary and secondary education. They'd be the determining factor of my schedule and class selection options. Currently, in my class, more than half of the students are in the advanced track. This advanced track allows them to take, they can be up to 2 years ahead in math, they can take every AP that the school can offer that year, and they take a plethora of science classes. The non-advanced track offers all the core classes, multiple elective options, and options for elective sciences like snow science and weather. As somebody tethered to this advanced track, it's nearly impossible for me to take courses like in mechanical and industrial down here at Boulder Tech. Because of the undersized nature of our school, our limited staff have certain periods where they are required to teach certain classes in order to abide by the given tracks. Unlike a school like Fairview, we have one teacher for each course. These teachers must come together before the school year and plan out how to have every class offered at least once during the schedule. Because of this, the two tracks are split, so that advanced track has the opportunity to take their AP classes and non-advanced can take as many opportunity electives as possible. I wanted to take automotive service technology this year, not because I aspire to be a mechanic, but because I wanted something fun to shake my schedule up. However, I'm forced to take important core classes like chemistry in the afternoon after an AP-filled morning, and tech is just not in the cards. I'd really appreciate additional FTE funding to gain that opportunity.
Thank you, Gray. Our next speaker this evening is Jojo Fulmar.
Good evening, Board President Rajpal, members of the board, and Dr. Anderson. I'm Jojo Fulmar. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm a senior at Centaurus. For new members of the board, welcome. For returning members, welcome back. Thank you all so much for your service to our community, and we are looking forward to working with you in this coming year. For the new board members, I know many of you are at previous board meetings, but in case you weren't, I'll give a short recap of who we are and what our aim is. We are from Sunrise BVSD, and we have been working on getting the Green New Deal for BVSD resolution passed for the last semester. It passed on 28 November last year, making BVSD the first school district in the country to pass such a resolution. We are all so excited and grateful for how open the board was to this resolution and how quickly it was able to pass. Among many other things, this resolution commits BVSD to carbon neutrality by 2050, communicates climate disaster plans, integrates climate curriculum at every grade level, and provides pathways to green jobs. Next, Hannah is going to discuss some of our aims for this semester going forward. And thank you all so much for your time and for just your service to our community again.
Thanks, Jojo. Hannah Kim.
Good evening, Board President Rajpal, members of the board, and Dr. Anderson. My name is Hannah Kim. I'm a junior at Fairview High and a member of Sunrise BVSD's club's local team. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all of you so much for the months of work and collaboration you've done with us. We really appreciate your help passing our resolution, the Green New Deal for BVSD. And we are so grateful for your hard work and commitment in helping us combat the climate crisis. The day that our resolution passed was huge in so many ways. Watching all vote in favor for us was a face-to-face confrontation for just how much power and influence we truly hold as young people. Watching everyone's face light up as the resolution was passed was so inspiring, and these people were all people who had worked for months in hope that it might pay off, and it was just so powerful watching that happen. Though this was a huge landmark, it's important that we remind ourselves it's not where we stop, and it's necessary that we keep working towards more ways to decrease our carbon footprint. One of those ways being sustainable infrastructure. In the original resolution, the component of sustainable infrastructure was cut back on because of funding, but we hope to work with you all to make sure BVSD is doing everything in their power to combat the climate crisis. We'd love to be involved in helping the board find alternative ways of funding, and we've already been looking into local fundraising and student grants already. We're in collaboration with Gita and Miles already on this, but it would be amazing if we could meet with some of you to talk about how the board can be involved in this effort as well. Thank you so much again for all you've done for us, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Crystal McCabe, who is virtual. Or McCabe.
Crystal, you're muted.
Good evening. My name is Crystal McCabe. I am an enrolled tribal member of Navajo Nation. I am part Taos Pueblo and Hopi Nation as well. I am here to talk about the historical trauma of forced colonized settler religion that my daughter had to endure at Crestview during, how do I say this? As a Navajo Nation member, we are not into owls. My child was forced to participate dissecting an owl pellet, which goes against our traditional beliefs. Owls are taboo in my tradition. I now have to get my daughter to a medicine person to have a clearing. This is really, in retrospect of residential boarding schools, I have my child going to Crestview for a safe education. I did not expect her to come back being forced, not told by any of the school teachers that she would have to do what, if she was in a Christian school, if she was a Caucasian student, Christian, I cannot even comprehend. I'm so upset about this. Our Navajo core traditions were violated. And being that we are having more indigenous migrants, I fear that any other students will be forced to follow this colonized settler religion and have our traditional values disrespected. I have reached out in November of last year. I have not heard from the principal. I have not heard from any of the school board members at all. And I am going to be forced to contact my own president at Navajo Nation to get a response. If not from the board, I would like some answers as to why I was forced, my child was forced to participate.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Amelie Bodnar.
Hello, my name is Amelie Bodnar, and I'm a current junior at Nederland Middle Senior High School. I felt inspired to come to this meeting today to talk about FTE funding because I feel I can bring a valuable perspective to the table as a youth who is actively affected by the consistent loss of teachers and staff at my school. Many of my friends have left Nederland to pursue classes that are better suited for their needs and education. It's upsetting that they felt they would not be supported academically and wouldn't receive the same baseline of education at Nederland compared to schools down below. I'm grateful for my education. I recognize that it is a privilege. I put a lot of work into school because I know the skills I will learn now will serve me well through school and life outside of school. However, it's difficult to find the motivation for school when your teachers have a limited capacity to support you due to the workload brought on by teaching 5 to 6 other classes. Teaching that many classes is a lot for a teacher at a school as small as our high school is, with only 111 high schoolers. Many of my teachers have left NED due to the lack of FTE funding and/or burnout and mental health reasons. Because we have so few teachers, they have to take on teaching multiple classes, and that increased workload impacts their ability and time to form relationships with students. They can't support students in the way they'd like to or get involved with clubs, activities, or events like teachers can in other schools. The bonus of going to a small school is that it's relationship-based learning. They don't have the time to connect with students or build relationships with the students. There is simply no time. And when teachers can't physically make time for students because they are overworked, it leaves students like myself and my peers feeling undervalued because our education isn't taken that seriously. Because of this, I urge you to consider giving Nederland more FTE funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Lauren Durr.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, my name is Lauren Durr. I'm a former Nederland Middle Senior High School student, and I'm currently enrolled at Fairview High School, and I am here on behalf of my community regarding Nederland FTE funding. Last year, after having spent my entire life in the Netherlands school system, my family made the decision for my brother and I to transfer schools amidst my senior year. This decision was not made lightly, but NMSHS could no longer support my needs academically, nor support the needs of my brother as he continued to play a high-level sport. Continuing to lose funding not only takes away a traditional staff member, but also a point of support and a mentor for the student body, while simultaneously decreasing the capacity at the school and further limiting access to academic opportunities for their students. This then forces students to look elsewhere for their education. Students deserve to be able to receive their education in the community that they call home, without having to sacrifice their education for it. This is a multi-level issue, and the continued removal of FTEs at NMSHS and Nederland Elementary School causes a cascading effect for those in our community and is harmful to the already dwindling resources at NMSHS. Understanding this impact is vital, and one that I think needs to be more heavily considered by our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Kyle Brunn. Appears Kyle is not present, so we will move on to Kelly Detzel-Hess, who has received 2 minutes from Chris Hess.
Hello, board members and Dr. Anderson. My name is Kelly Detzel-Hess. I currently have a sophomore attending Nederland Middle Senior High School and a college freshman who graduated from Ned High last year. I am here representing many in our community. We are here today to advocate for an increase in baseline FTE and discretionary funding at Nederland Middle Senior High School for future school years at a rate that provides an equitable education experience for students located in a distant rural setting. In the 23-24 school year, we lost 1.86 in teaching FTE. This equates to a 10.8% loss in teaching FTE. We lost a tenth of our teaching staff. If this same equation was applied across the district to other high schools experiencing decreased enrollment, they would have lost between 8 to 10 of their teachers. Unlike other middle school and high schools in the district, when we lose teaching FTE, we aren't able to consolidate sections with slightly increased class sizes. Rather, we lose entire classes and programs. For example, when we lose FTE, we aren't able to combine 2 economic classes into one, we just lose economics. This year, not only did we lose classes, we also lost our entire outdoor leadership CTE pathway. FTE does not just impact our class offerings, it impacts our teaching staff. Our teachers have anywhere from 4 to 6 preps. This leads to teacher burnout and is not an equitable ask for our teachers compared to teachers across the district. Additionally, some of our teachers have to teach both regular and AP level classes at the same time to the same body of students. It impacts our library. We are the only conventional middle or high school in BVSD without a teacher librarian. This is a huge disparity, especially for our middle school students who lose the digital literacy and the citizenship skills taught by teacher librarians at the middle school level and needed for high school. It impacts our children's opportunities to be exposed to experiences outside of core classes. Our school does not offer any of the following: marketing, business, economics, finance, engineering, money management, even though this is a BVSD graduation requirement, debate, creative writing, or consumer sciences. And while we do offer a yearly computer class and woodshop, these single classes are not comparable to the multiple classes offered in industrial arts or computer sciences at other schools. Students at Nederland Middle Senior High School are not receiving an equitable education compared to other middle and high school students across the district. Your own mission, values, and goals talk about creating challenging, meaningful, and engaging learning opportunities so that all children thrive and are prepared for future endeavors. That you respect diversity of students, families, staff, and communities. That societal inequities and unique learning needs will not be barriers to student success. I will tell you right now, they are barriers at our school. As the governing body for this school district, we are asking you to advocate that every student in BVSD receives an equitable education, regardless of race, culture, gender, identity, socioeconomic barriers, or geography. We have met with Assistant Superintendent Robin Fernandez and Director Harvey Oaxaca expressing our specific needs and would be happy to also relay those to you as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jessica Fitzer, who has received 2 minutes from Patty Schrader.
It's more stressful than you think. Okay, good evening. My name is Jessica Fitzer. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the struggles our Netherlands school faces when we do not have adequate FTE allocated to us. I am a proud parent of 4 boys who have either attended or have graduated from Netherlands schools. This year I have a 3rd grader, a 5th grader, a 9th grader, and a 2023 Netherlands high school graduate. I have been a parent at Netherlands Elementary since 2014. I have been a parent at Netherlands Middle Senior since 2016. I will continue to have one boy at Netherlands Elementary until 2026. That's 12 years in one school. I will continue to have boys at Netherlands Middle Senior High School until 2033. That's 17 years at that school. I am 10 years into being a parent in both Netherlands schools and am in a very unique position to witness my school community ebb and flow for 19 years, start to finish. Unlike my fellow parents here tonight, I am committed to my Netherlands community. Since 2015, the Netherlands Elementary School has cycled through 3 principal changes. Netherlands Middle Senior High School has cycled through 4 principal changes, and I'm almost certain to admit that admin change at some point directs back to our FTE struggles. In 2017, parents began meeting with senior admins to brainstorm ways to make Netherlands attractive for open enrollment in the hopes of retaining families in Netherlands. We landed on some pretty amazing CTE pathways: outdoor education leadership, resource conservation, environmental science, and construction, engineering, and architecture. But now, just 7 years later, we are seeing classes within those pathways cut and unavailable because of FTE. So we have programs with limited course offerings. How is that equitable? Also in 2017, both schools had a generous FTE freeze put in place for 3 years. This allowed us to stabilize our schools and classes. Remember, we're in the midst of those many, many principal turnovers. I bring this up to you so that you know as a community, we have been here before. We have stood before the school board before. We have done the hard work before. We have managed the meetings and had conversations before. I'm here to say as nicely as I can, we know what we need, and we need more FTE. More funding, more teachers, more staff, because with that we gain more classes, more opportunities, more students that care about learning, and most of all, we gain a healthy school community. Our lack of FTE in Netherlands costs us greatly with regard to the staff that we can retain and the meaningful challenges in class we can offer. This year we have no librarian, as you know. Next year we've heard rumors that we will not have a HR para. How do you expect office staff to juggle that? To be honest, the list is just exhausting of the basic needs and positions that we aren't receiving compared to other BVSD schools. When we see a school gain a green certification, or another school go on a long-distance trip for a core class, or another school get a turf field, or another building being built, or another anything, we just keep wondering, when will we have the equitable access to core classes and to electives? The algorithm for FTE is broken in Netherlands. By October, headcount rarely equates to our needs for the following year. As a local realtor, I can say that families most often move to the mountains in the summer, long after our FTE has been established, creating oversized classes in the elementary school and not enough core classes and elective classes in the middle senior. Here are just a few examples of the effects the inadequate FTE has had on my family over the years. One son had combined 2-3 classes in elementary school for 2 years in a row. A different son couldn't take 4 or 5 compacted math, even though he loves it, because there were not only a handful of students who qualified for that curriculum, and there was not enough FTE. My oldest son saw his electives in the high school consistently drop off. His junior year, he had to make a decision between taking an AP class or an elective class, which he really wanted to take, and would not be offered again until after he graduated. In this instance, he only chose the elective class, which was snow science, because he really wanted to get his Avalanche Level 1 certification, but he had to forego an AP class because of it. That isn't a decision a high schooler should have to make in our very affluent district. My current high school freshman is talking about taking college before graduation classes next year, something I'm not sure he's even ready for, but because he has cycled through every elective class at the middle senior high school, he is bored and uninterested in taking any of those a third time. His only other choice are study halls or TAing, both a waste of his academic time. In my community, I have seen beautiful relationships form between teacher, student, and family. As a family, we are so lucky that 4 of our boys have had the same teacher for each of their 3rd or 4th grade. How wonderful that she knows our family. And I've seen classmates' relationships grow from kindergarten through high school graduation. Our kids literally grow up together. And most endearing to me is the parent relationships that we feel we have. We are a close-knit, caring, thoughtful community. There's so much more to say.
Thank you, and remember, you can email those the final comments to the board. Our next speaker this evening is Jennifer McLaughlin, who has received, nope, is that right? Yep, 2 minutes from Elsa Abukar.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Anderson. My name is Jen McLaughlin. I am the PTA president at Nederland Middle Senior. I have an 8th grader and a graduating senior there. I'm here today to voice my concerns over the inequities and lack of choice that we face as a small rural mountain school in an urban district. My senior desperately wanted to graduate early last year because she felt there was nothing left for her in her senior year. She only had to finish 1 core class and many electives. We have so few choices in Nederland. She was looking at retaking several of the same electives because we don't have the FTE to provide additional classes. She was lucky this year that Boulder Tech opened its new physical therapy program in the afternoon. She is also enrolled in 2 online college courses. She goes into Nederland for a single class. Although her schedule has worked out, what kind of a senior year is it that she cannot be there for all the fun in-school senior activities because she has to commute to Boulder every day? While this worked out for our family, this is certainly not an option for everyone, either due to lack of transportation and resources or the ability to take classes at a college level. When former principal Rick Ellertson crafted his idea of building a solid CTE program in Nederland, there was so much excitement around creating a unique identity there. The school created an amazing promotional video, which still resides on our website. Former district employee Sam Messier was behind it and even said, "We can definitely get Boulder kids to come up and join our unique programming. More students, more FTE." Rick worked with the district to create 5 pathways, but we barely have courses in 3 of those. We cut our PE teacher last year, who was certified in wilderness first aid, so we no likely will longer offer that certification. If we continue to receive cuts to FTE, students may have to take graduation-required PE online. Are the students down below required to do that? Due to FTE cuts, our engineering and architecture teacher is now teaching middle school PE, so he can no longer focus his efforts on his certified pathway courses. CTE is no longer a unique offering in Nederland, as many schools now have their very own CTE classes. One of the reasons Rick wanted to create a CTE program in Nederland was to provide a career path for students who are not attending college after graduation. We are now failing all of those students because we continue to lose FTE. On a side note, BVSD's mountain schools have never been considered rural by the state because we are part of an urban school district. However, according to the U.S. Department of Education, Nederland is classified as rural distant, which is described as census-defined rural territory that is more than 5 miles, but less than or equal to 25 miles from an urbanized area, as well as rural territory that is more than 2.5 miles, but less than or equal to 10 miles from an urban cluster, the same definition used by the state of Colorado for rural districts. In 2023, Governor Polis signed into law Colorado School Finance Act. Part of this act states that rural schools get an additional $30 million to help with their higher costs related to smaller student populations. Rural school support has been happening since 2017 in Colorado, but not for Nederland. It is important that we are recognized as rural distant, not only so we may benefit from the School Finance Act, but we may also benefit from potential grant money. To quote from a video on the BVSD All Together for All Students strategic plan website, "We aim to reduce disparities in achievement by equipping students with the skills and opportunities needed so they can succeed. We need help. The mountain families are tired of fighting for equity for our students." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Dan Grabowski.
Thank you. I really appreciate everyone standing up for what they believe is the best for the schools. I'm here to talk about the most caring teachers who follow district policy to keep students from accessing obscene material. And students are told to report obscene material. But sadly, they've had to contend with adults who defend and even place obscenity in the schools. For example, several schools offer a book with a drawing of a man grabbing a child by the genitals. And it's not a body safety warning. The author calls it the best fantasy. You know, it's a federal crime to distribute drawings of child sexual abuse. This book is deemed technically legal because some say the rest of the book has literary value, like some people say about adult magazines. But even if it is legal, we know that it doesn't mean that it's appropriate in school. Just like how 18-year-old students can't chew tobacco in school. Other defenses of the material get even more absurd. District officials who approved the book brushed aside criticism simply because the image mimics artwork from ancient Greece. But think of any other historical brutality depicted in art. You wouldn't call it the best fantasy. I know people have a legal right to fantasize about human suffering, but we don't invite them into school. But the absolute worst is when adults use students as scapegoats. They say the book is there for students' representation, but no student wants to be represented by fantasies of sexual abuse. It's quite heartless to convince kids that they're the reason the school has a book with pedophilia in it. Thank you to the teachers who don't do that, and thank you to the brave students who speak up for other students and against materials that fantasize about child sexual abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Tate Fisher, who is attending virtually.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, board members and Dr. Anderson, for letting us speak as a community. I'm here tonight to talk about the cosmetology and hairstyling program at Boulder Tech. I have a daughter who is a senior this year, and quite literally, I feel like this program saved her. She has never loved academics, although she has always gotten a high GPA and done her best. But this program is what gave her the motivation to excel and to continue to pursue her dreams. And Richard Krams, who is the director of that program, has been one of the few teachers along her academic career that has actually supported her dreams and goals and made her feel welcome and cared for. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to get my hair done in a chair right next to Kitty Sargent on your board, who was also getting her hair done that day. And in conversation, I learned that that was the first time in 11 years that a board member had visited the Boulder Tech hairstyling program to get anything done, hairstyling wise or other. I find it quite tragic that no one in all those years felt the need to go and support those students or to see firsthand how amazing the program is. It quite literally breaks my heart. Furthermore, I have heard that this program is being canceled. They will let the current Hairstyling 1 students graduate next year, and then it's done. None of the reasons that I have heard are valid. In addition to not hearing any valid reason for canceling this program, I have heard some quite deplorable comments from board members, second nature, saying that there's no return on the investment. I didn't realize public education was a moneymaker. And also that there are more respectable careers to bring into the program. That is infuriating to me. Do not tell these children that hairstyling is not a respectable career when there are billions of people out there making it a career. People like my cousin who owns her own salon in Italy. I'm sorry, in Little Italy in San Diego. I realize I have 10 seconds left, but I would beg you to not cancel this program because you are choosing for these students what their career and their future can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Baber, who is also attending virtually.
Brad B. Are you on the call? Brad B., if you're on the call, you're muted.
Okay, we will be moving on then. If he comes back on, Laura, let us know. To Electra Greer.
Are we good? All right, I pulled into the parking lot and I saw a lot of cars even dirtier than mine, so I knew Ned had shown up. My name is Electra Greer. I'll be very brief. I am the
library director of the Nederland Community Public Library. And yay, 4 out of 7 of you came to our library and were mighty. You showed up, and I know we showed up for you because I did my research and we voted. So thank you for being here. And just like Coach Prime, you've had your time. Let's make it happen. Okay, so as we are moving to do budgeting, I'm here to request 2 things. As you've already heard, as a librarian, I believe in primary sources, and let's first of all just say kudos, especially to our students and our PTA members and our teachers and our parents for coming tonight. But number one, yes, we continue to not have a library, and I'm sorry, I am going to look at the superintendent. There is no library in your middle or high school in Nederland, and there has not been for a year and a half. There is no librarian. There are no databases. There is no great conversation that this gentleman brought up. We can't even discuss books, intellectual freedom, the right to read, because there are no books in the middle or high school. So I am going to look at you on that one. So I'm going to request 2 things. Please consider the increasing FTE, and please also consider a strategic plan just for the Nederland and high school, because I think we need that. I think it could be the jewel in the crown of Boulder Valley School District if you take a second look and see all the things it can offer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marnie Siegel. Good evening. I didn't realize this was going to be like a speed talk exercise, and I didn't time myself, so I'm going to do my best. Thank you for taking the time to hear our comments this evening. My name is Marnie Siegel. I live in Rollinsville, and I have 2 students in BVSD. And I love our mountain schools. I love our Nederland schools. I love that they're small. I love that our teachers live in our neighborhoods. I think there's 4 high school, middle school teachers that live in my neighborhood alone. I love that our kids got to trick or treat at their teachers' houses. I love that when my son left Nederland, his educators and administrators checked in with us to see how was he doing? Was he happy down the hill? This is what makes Nederland schools unique and special. But unique and special is not enough to guarantee our students an excellent education. We need staff for that. We need FTEs. As many of my fellow Nederland parents have already mentioned, decreasing a single FTE in Nederland Middle Senior creates losses of more than just one class, more than just one teacher. So while Nederland administrators were trying to decide what staff they could make do without, my son was trying to decide what Boulder High School would offer him the opportunities that he could no longer find in Nederland, and he left. Not only did he leave, he's been trying to convince his younger sister that she should go to a middle school in Boulder so that she could have his same academic opportunities. This is not equity in education. The truth is that despite what my son tells my daughter, she is a student for whom a small educational setting is an ideal fit. I urge you to stabilize our funding and our FTEs so that my daughter, who is in 6th grade and has 6 more years in Nederland Middle Senior, has consistency in her education, so that a class or program that engages her and sparks her love of learning isn't taken away the next year. We are in a downward spiral. The more students leave, the more funding we lose. The more funding we lose, the more students leave. You can break this vicious cycle by increasing our FTEs, by stabilizing our FTEs, and committing to Nederland Middle Senior High School. Thank you.
Thank you. One last time for a participant listed on this list as Baber.
That's my husband who was donating his time to me, but I accidentally somehow didn't sign up even though I bought it. So I assume that I don't have the ability to send him on the list.
Sorry, if you could submit those comments in writing to the board, that would be amazing. And sorry for that. So with that, that concludes public comment, public participation for this evening. On behalf of the board, I would really like to thank everyone who took the time to drive down the hill this evening and attend public participation in person, and for those of you that participated online. Your thoughts and experiences are important for us to hear and to understand. We will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is board communication. Board members, would anyone like to begin? Kitty?
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank everybody who came out to speak, reiterate what President Rajpal said, is for those from NED who came all the way down here to talk to us. Your passion is obvious, and your commitment to your kids and schools is obvious as well. Thanks again to the Green New Deal students who came and who have gotten very good with lots of practice of speaking to the board. I'm very impressed with how you address the chair, you address the superintendent, and the board as a whole. You've gotten real good experience with that. Well, Tate Fisher stole a little bit of my thunder because I was going to talk about having gone to the mod salon to get my hair colored. And it was a great experience, and she and I had a nice chat about all kinds of things. But the teacher there told me how much it meant to him that I had come to use the salon, and I was surprised to hear that I was the first one in his 11 years who had come to the salon. So I would suggest, give it a try. I know people get very, very attached to their hairstylists, and I'm attached to mine too, but I decided to give this a try for the color. I think that was all I was going to say. Yes, that was it, so thanks.
Jorge Benalenia.
Thank you. I would also like to thank everybody who spoke today. I can feel the passion and the need and the balancing act that we have here in terms of figuring these things out. But I appreciate everybody coming forward to share kind of what they care about, what's important, and what we need to focus on moving forward. It was also really enlightening to have the Latinos in Action students here. I wanted to say something to them, but I was a little emotional at the time because it made me think about when I first came to the U.S. and having that experience of trying to connect with people and being unable to communicate, and how critical it is for us to reach out to students who are potentially in crisis, who have experienced trauma, who are trying to navigate a world they don't understand, it's been reinforcing to see the investments that we've done in terms of addressing these students' needs through our districts. They've kind of come to us. I also had a chance to participate in the Community Bond Oversight Committee this past week. And I came away from that so impressed by the knowledge and the care with which that committee has been looking at the ways in which we're investing those dollars, planning for inflation, looking at costs as they're changing, and the real ways in which those dollars make an impact. Seeing New Vista last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago, and what it meant to the students, knowing that we're making upgrades to all of our playgrounds in order to make them truly accessible to our kids, and what that impact means for our children. There's a lot of people who care here, and it's promising to me to know that we've got people to collaborate with to try to solve these problems, and so I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
I'll echo Jorge, thank you for those of you who made the trek here. And despite the fact that we don't have a conversation back and forth, you are heard by your board. I had the opportunity mid-February to attend the Athletic Review Committee, which was started in 2017 at the request of the Board of Education. And it was a great meeting. We have a handbook for our athletics that hasn't been revamped since the 80s, which the committee is working on. They discussed extensively waivers for PE credits and proportionality data, which they are gathering now and inputting into Infinite Campus. And that is also at the request of this board. So it was a really interesting meeting, and they're well on their way to doing some good things.
Beth?
Well, I have to echo my board members on this. I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight, Nederland, Green New Deal, Cosmetology, and the others. I agree. Your passion and commitment was absolutely felt and heard on all accounts. And as Elenia said, we aren't able to have dialogue, but we really appreciate you're heard, and thank you. Keep the emails coming, keep showing up. We appreciate hearing from you. I think several other people could talk about this as well, but several of us got to attend breakfast with our legislators recently, and it's the best turnout we've ever had. This is my third year on the board, and it was really nice. I think Rob did a great job of really highlighting the importance of school funding as we move forward here. It's a really important opportunity for us to have face time with legislators, the people who are making these wide sweeping policies that will have a huge impact on our schools. It's going to take more of this. I know we've got a lot more time need to be spent at the Capitol, and I think we've got the will and the interest to do that, so I'm excited about that. We also discussed some bills that are near and dear to some of our students, like the seal of climate literacy, so I want to make sure you guys heard that. And that's all. I just wanted to say that I appreciate everyone speaking tonight as well.
Alex?
Yeah, I would add my gratitude and appreciation for everyone who's made it here tonight to speak with us. And it's unfortunate the way the process works, but I definitely want people to know they were heard and that these are things we're wrestling with from everyone who spoke tonight. It's interesting. I also think about the Shelley's presentation on the strategic plan and when we think about how lean we are. And I see that compared to other districts in terms of who is there to help when we can partner with communities and solve different problems. And so in some sense, it seems like maybe sometime we need to invest more in some ability to do things that are special and different more. And if we had, some of the glue in between that could help connect us to the community or help us connect to funders that would give us the resources to do these things, that might be a little bit of FTE that we could leverage for more impact with more projects. But I too am moved by everyone's passion and their work for their communities, and look forward to us wrestling with that as a board.
I wanted to piggyback on Beth's comment about the legislative breakfast. It was really great to see the high degree of turnout from our legislators. They were actively engaged, curious, and it just was great to have that partnership and sort of level setting and having them learn a little bit more about BVSD. I think there were some takeaways that they were surprised by, including the fact that 25% of our student body qualifies for free and reduced lunch. When people think of BVSD, they think of privilege, and that hides a lot, and that misperception impacts decisions that they make that do affect us. So I think that was a great opportunity. Since we met last week, I've continued to go to school roundtables to hear from teachers. I participated in some of the small group BVA negotiations as an observer, and I just want to send a lot of gratitude for our staff for allowing board members to attend those in times when there is vulnerability and big topics to be discussed. It really is important for us to hear from you, and it helps me do my job better. So thank you for allowing us to continue to participate in those. And I think that is all I have. Alex.
Sorry, that reminded me of one thing I would like to share. I looked up on the data to find out how we compare to other school districts in Colorado. And while we have a lot of affluence and privilege, we also, according to state data, with 7,228 free and reduced lunch price kids, we have more FRL students than 164 other school districts out of 178 in the state. And we have more free and reduced price lunch kids than the entire enrollment of 73 districts in Colorado. So I think that's the kind of stuff that I would suggest we leverage when we figure out how we can go raise more money for more special projects.
Well, this concludes public participation. We will be moving on to our information items for this evening. We have 2 information items on the agenda. The first is the Long Range Advisory Committee update and the annual enrollment trend report. Dr. Anderson, would you like to do any introductions?
Thank you, Board President Rajpal. Board members, as you all will know, declining enrollment is something that as a school district we have been experiencing for multiple years. Last year, at the board's direction, we developed a long-range advisory committee that made a set of, I think, really smart recommendations that we've embraced and adopted as a school district. Part of that process is to have an annual enrollment trend report that happens around this time each and every year. And here to deliver that report, Rob, I'll allow you to introduce our committee chairs and turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, President Rajpal, members of the board, and Dr. Anderson. Tonight, we are continuing our our discussion related to declining enrollment in the district. So I'm joined by our Long Range Advisory Committee Chair, Yvette Solis, our co-chair, Jeff Anderson, and then Glenn Segru, our senior planner, will present the first annual enrollment trend report. And as you may recall, this was one of the recommendations, came out of the metrics, the recommendations that LRAC presented to you last school year in the spring. As you are aware, we have been anticipating a gradual decline in enrollment, and the pandemic had an unprecedented impact on enrollment, accelerating the decline much more rapidly than we had originally anticipated. As enrollment declines, school budgets also shrink, making it more challenging to provide the robust educational programs that all of our BVSD students deserve. To proactively respond to these circumstances, the board created the Long Range Advisory Committee in April of 2022 to involve the community to help guide the district's response to declining enrollment. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Yvette Solis, our chair. Yvette is going to provide the LRAC update, and then she'll turn it over to Glenn Segru, who will provide the annual trend report.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Anderson. My name is Yvette Solis. I am a member of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. I am the district's Title VI Committee Liaison, and I'm also a parent and a grandparent. So being on this committee was really important to me and my family. The timeline that you see up, it shows the work that was related to the declining enrollment that's been completed since June of 2023. In September, our committee met and heard an update on declining enrollment at the secondary level. We also learned about how the district was moving forward with other committee recommendations that included the parent enrollment survey that we did in September, as well as the showcase that we had in October. I do remember seeing some of you there. And then we also had, we studied enrollment policies in a series of different work sessions that you held. And then at the meeting in December, we heard those updates, and we also heard of your policy discussions. The latest committee meeting that we attended yesterday and Ms. Sargent was at, we received a preview of tonight's annual enrollment trend report, and we're updated on the board's policy discussions. We also continue to study the middle school enrollment. Sorry. And then since the information being shared later in the presentation relates directly to the recommendations of the committee, that were given to the board last June, I wanted to review them at this time. The LRAC's recommendation included 3 components. The first one is the annual enrollment trend report. Sorry, I lost myself. Which the staff is presenting tonight, an enrollment advisory phase and a community engagement phase. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our co-chair, Jeff Anderson.
And I'd just like to thank the board for the opportunity to provide some information to you on this. We're pleased to help out. So we can move on to the next slide, actually, which talks about these 2 phases. Oh, I've got it. Cool. So in the report tonight, there will be an indication of schools that have reached these 2 phases. I want to emphasize that these are very positive wordings here, and that's by intent. So we want to view this as an opportunity for the board to bring their attention to bear on problems that are challenging but that are not unsolvable with significant lead time so that you can deal with them before they become crises like some other districts have had to deal with. And so the first of those phases is the enrollment advisory phase. This is basically letting you and the school community know that there's some things here that we need to be paying some attention to. And this has a school having fewer than 2 classes per grade level and less than 60% of capacity. And at this point, then, the board would have the opportunity to work with staff to think about issues of resource allocation, whether that would adhere to existing staffing funding, and we've already heard tonight about how difficult these issues are to address, whether multi-age classrooms might be necessary, library counseling and specials may be limited. And of course, the board has complete control to extend this. And if we move to the next slide, the phase past that one, community engagement phase. And here we have the same criterion, but just a little bit further. So if we have below 50% capacity and less than 1.5 average classes per grade level, along with a trend that says that's predicted to continue for the next 5 years. So this isn't a blip on the radar here. Then there's a more involved process that comes into play. And that process would be a community engagement, as it says in the title. Again, staff would be taking a role in this to decide how that process would play out. And we have a list of possible recommendations here that could be continuing to operate as is, so no changes, focusing on specialized programming to try and address the issue of the enrollment, reallocating grade levels with neighboring schools, or at least consideration of closure and consolidation, which is at the bottom of the list here and is obviously far in the future for any of things. Again, the point here is that we're giving you the chance to face these issues before those things are imminent to discuss. And I'll turn it over now to Glenn for the report.
So moving on to the annual trends report discussed earlier. I think before we get into a lot of the information, we did want to go over the projection methodology that goes into, since projections are a component of the criteria and not something that we've spent a lot of time on in the past. The basic model that BVSD uses is the same model most districts use, which is a cohort survival method. You can see on the diagram, you have a chart with student data by year across the top, and then grade level along the side. That goes all the way down to 12. I didn't have enough room on the slide for that. And you basically take a grade level, progress it to the next year, in this case, kindergarten, that's the circled area, into first grade, the second year, and that translates to a progression down below from K to first. And you do that for all the grade levels. Those progressions tend to capture migration, flow of students in and out of the school district. It captures, for example, when sixth grade we get a bump, or ninth grade we get a bump in enrollment from private homeschool kids joining the system. So that single factor captures quite a bit. We take that factor and we average it and we apply it to the current year, in this case, October 2023. You use the October count because that's the most reliable data through the year that's audited. Beyond that, in BVSD, we also add modifications to better account for resident students. Since we do have a lot of out-of-district students, we don't want that skewing our projections disproportionately. We also add additional inputs for open enrollment flow between schools, new housing developments, and birth rates. So since we aren't working with perfect information about the future, it's unavoidable to have assumptions in any projection. Assumptions that we often face, sometimes you can call them risks, because these are things that, if unexpected things happen, can change the trajectory of a projection and have the outcome different than projected. One of the big ones we deal with are having consistent open enrollment flows and net migration. Generally, those things occur in a stable, slow trending fashion, but occasionally you do get pops and bumps, and that can affect the projection. New housing, we account for new housing by putting it in phasing, going out into the future. We do our best to talk to developers, cities, sources like the state demographer and trade publications to see where that's going to go. But ultimately, housing is constructed according to market forces, and that's something else that can vary from year to year as well. The ratio of births to subsequent kindergartners, also something lately has been relatively stable, but we do see bumps. There is a 5-year period before we see those kindergartners, so a lot can happen in that time frame. And really, primarily, what a projection is doing is taking the current trends and projecting them forward, and we do things like using births and housing data does give us somewhat of a glimpse in the future, and also just assessing what conditions we're in now versus what conditions a lot of sources are saying we're going to see in the future for labor, the labor markets, housing markets, and things like that. And really, any future events that really depart from, that are very, very large scale, like COVID-19, obviously we can't foresee those coming. Recessions have also had a big impact on past projections, especially 2009 and the 2000 recession as well, had big changes on enrollment. So this table tries to pull together a lot of the work of the LRIC and codify it with our current data with enrollment. The important thing to really look at here is the black text on the left-hand side, because that is the actual data that we're dealing with now. That's 2023 data. That is the primary criteria for the advisory and engagement phase determinations. So you see we could also color those determinations, with the yellow being the advisory phase, which is 60% or 2 rounds or less. And the darker orange areas are the engagement phase, which is 1.5 rounds or 50% or less. And the way this is structured is, we only, if we identified one of those factors and we color it, they wouldn't ultimately hit one of those triggers until both are colored yellow or both are colored orange, and only for the 22-23 year. And then the last part of the criteria is that if there is, the first 2 criteria are met for the engagement phase, then it needs to be consistent in the 5-year projections. So we can see here Heatherwood meets the first 2 criteria and also meets the criteria of being projected out 5 years as well. The other projected schools, we did add the color coding to get an idea where some of these trends are going, but they're really not part of the criteria in front of us today on making the determination of which phases schools we're dealing with. So with that, on the current year, we're looking at 6 schools that match the advisory phase and 1 school that would hit the advisory phase. I'm sorry, not advisory, but engagement phase. And to explain that a little better, we added a map shown here and added in, we'll be adding in the schools as they hit those phases. This is basically the eastern part of the district where the schools are. The blue lines, and there are the elementary attendance areas. We also added some major roads as well. And the 2023 shown, those schools are represented here and they're in boxes, because those are the schools that we have recognized as having the actual designations for advisory and engagement. So with that, we have Flatirons, Community Montessori, Mesa, El Dorado, the K5 portion of El Dorado, Coal Creek, and Cole. And in the engagement phase, we have Heatherwood. So those are the schools that we're looking at now, also looking out through where the trends might lead us in the future. Again, for the engagement phase, well, let's just go to the next year. So this is where the trends might take us next year with 24, 25. We really, it just adds Eisenhower to the list under the advisory phase. And you can see it's marked there. It doesn't have a box on it, so those just projected. It's not part of the current consideration. Moving on to 2025-26, we see a few more schools added to the advisory phase, Bear Creek, Birch, Douglas, and Whittier, and also Flatirons and Mesa could potentially move to the engagement phase by that time. Again, for the ones that are on the engagement phase here, apart from Heatherwood, we're not adding the 5-year trend element to it too, since we don't have a trend for that yet. We're just trying to get an idea which ones hit those first two criteria. Moving on to 26-27, actually Columbine gets added to the advisory phase under the scenario. Douglas comes off. We see this with a few schools where they're leveling out and they're kind of riding right along the criteria levels, and at least that's the way the projection model is showing it. In addition, we also see Cole moving in 26-27 to the engagement phase. 27-28, we see Douglas come back on under the advisory phase, possibly Flatirons now under the advisory phase, and Birch and Coal Creek potentially being added to the engagement phase. Those are the red schoolhouses there. Oops. And lastly, we have Flatirons joining again the engagement phase potentially in 5 years. So this ultimately could result under under current trends, we could be seeing something in the lines of 7 schools in the advisory phase and 6 schools in the engagement phase by 28-29. And really in summary, so we're looking at for this year, potentially Coal Creek, Community Montessori, El Dorado, K-5 portion of that, Flatirons, Cole, and Mesa meeting the criteria for advisory. Heatherwood meeting the criteria for in the engagement phase with less than or equal to 50% or less than 1.5 rounds. We also are looking to see in the trends that in the next 5 years, we could see those up to 7 schools at the enrollment advisory phase and 6 at the community phase. And those schools are distributed with about 9 in Boulder, one of those being Douglas, which is kind of on the border with Louisville. And 1 in Louisville, 1 in Superior, and 1 in Broomfield. And then lastly, a lot of this is really a lot of the information that we've been pulling together for LRAC and the pending policy provisions before the board to make adjustments and manage the declining enrollment and where it's located out in the future. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Glenn. Before, can you go back a couple slides? No, that's forward. Yep, no, you can play that all the way out. I just want to be really clear for our community, anybody who's watching and knowing and understanding. Keep going, Glenn. Go out. You know, we have an obligation to project, but those projections are based on nothing changing in the assumptions. Everybody understands that, right? So as we think about open enrollment policy, as we think about taking more out of district students, as we think about providing opportunities that bring back more of our students that are homeschooled or private schooled, just because something is projected on a list doesn't mean it's going to potentially make it on the list, right? And so there's a trick with projections, right? And then also actions that could impact projections. And some of those actions, which we haven't decided yet, there's no way Glenn could use to project out. You know, the first slide I think that Glenn showed was that these are based on all the assumptions, everything staying equal, which is why, to Jeff's point, we have to start working and thinking about this now on what are the things that we need to do to potentially make the adjustments so we can get to 2 rounds and and meeting more of the capacity in our schools. So I just want to, whenever you put a list on, I think there's just a danger to folks thinking, uh-oh, we're on the list. What do we have to do to get off the list? We are thinking holistically, but also individually at schools. And so I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with the board and with community members that are here or that are watching, that we are in process of making changes to hopefully shift the projections, right, to hopefully not have to be having, 7 advisor and 6 engagement by 2029.
I just wanted to thank the Long Range Advisory Committee for all of your efforts on this. I know it has been a lot of time and effort to help get us here. So I just wanted to extend a little bit of gratitude. I look forward to hearing what you are working on for middle schools. Before we open up to board comment, I also wanted to say remind the community that our mountain schools were deliberately left out of this process for now because of their unique nature, and that is why they are grayed out on that chart. We are not considering those right now, and given the degree of public comment and the challenges with small schools, I would encourage at some future phase consideration about having long-range advisory look at our mountain schools. So with that,
I've got a couple more slides to
sorry.
get through before we get to, if you don't mind, before we get to questions.
I forgot because Glenn
Nope.
jumped the gun with questions, so
I
thank
knew-
you.
So what we do know tonight is that we do have one school that has met the metrics, and as Glenn reported, that is Heatherwood. Some of you have seen this presentation or this slide before. If you have not, this is the proposed community engagement timeline, which we've presented to the board previously. We will be starting the community engagement process for Heatherwood in March. That process will continue through September. I have tentatively scheduled a couple updates to the Board of Education, one in May and another in September. Based on the outcome of that process, we would plan for those changes from October all the way through July of '25, with the changes being implemented in August of '25. And the purpose of that is we want to make sure that if there's any decisions that come out of this community engagement process, we get that to our community for the open enrollment process. More specifically regarding Heatherwood, February 28th, tomorrow, Robin Fernandez, Assistant Superintendent of Schools and our Executive Director, will be meeting with Heatherwood staff. We will be sending out a letter tonight to the Heatherwood community. Our first Heatherwood community meeting will be on March 7th at 6 p.m. at Heatherwood Elementary School. The idea there is to share background information, why we are responding to this. We'll explain the options and the options outlined in LRAC's metrics and recommendations. Jeff covered those tonight. We'll explain the process and what options we will be considering moving forward. We will be inviting members to be part of the Heatherwood Educational Advisory Team. That will be a smaller team that ultimately determines the outcome of what happens at Heatherwood moving into the future. And then some next steps that we anticipate: community surveys, establishing a feedback loop for input and how we respond to the community, developing a website with ongoing information, just so we continue to be a collaborative process and transparent about the decisions being made as we move forward. Now, with that, we will open it up for questions.
Lelania.
Thank you. Good information. Rob, you may have provided this somewhere else and I missed it. Do we have a document that spells out the age of buildings, the general condition of buildings, and the burden cost of running those buildings?
We have a facility condition index for each of our schools throughout the district. That was work that was completed by Gordian, which would provide the age of the building, the condition of the building. What that facility condition index doesn't do is provide an educational adequacy score, and that is important as we're thinking about the lifespan of our buildings. That is work we need to engage in, we have not engaged in.
Could you provide the board with a summary of that? Because as I look at these schools, I like to be able to kind of have that in the back of my mind, understanding what the general condition and burden cost is.
And that FCI score is based on the facility condition, which is really the systems of the building, but again, doesn't take that educational component into it. We'll work on that.
Alex?
Given the unique nature of our mountain schools and also the process that's laid out for community engagement and thinking about what to do, like if our mountain schools had been in it, would they be at the advisory role, or is it, I know Jamestown and Gold Hill are so small, but would the Nederland schools be on that list too? And if so, and I ask in part because there might be aspects to the process that benefit the community for the issues we've been hearing about tonight.
Yeah, I do believe, give me 1 second. I do believe Nederland Elementary would meet the metrics.
Yeah, Nederland Elementary is 1.1 round and 35% capacity, I believe. So yes, at Nederland Elementary, and I don't know the capacity of Jamestown and Gold Hill. I mean, it's almost tough. I would say this, board members, that as we think about dealing with this process, I'd encourage us to stick with the process that was outlined by the Long Range Advisory Committee and accepted by the board. And while there are other pieces of information that might be interesting to inform further discussions, I would want to be sure that we stick with what we said we were going to do, especially as we enter into a community engagement phase with one of our schools. And so certainly, if there's information, we can provide you information, but this is going to be complicated work. I think that we have this scoped out in a way that's manageable and provides opportunity. I would say that if we, even if they're great suggestions, I would say that we stick with where we are today and go through the process as adopted to make sure that there's clarity on what we're doing and not doing right now. We won't want to. I just feel like the need to say that, but we'd happy to get you any information you'd like.
Well, I have a few questions. On the engagement piece, you referenced a community survey. Is that distinctly different from the Magellan survey that was done of parents? And if so, what community members would be included in that community survey?
Could be multiple surveys, and that's going to be determined through the community process. One thing that came up at our LRAC meeting last night was not only surveying the Heatherwood community, but surveying community within a reasonable distance of the Heatherwood school. How far are people willing to drive to, if there was a focus school there, if there was a school with a strand, starting to understand that a little bit more. So I think that's TBD at this point, but we anticipate additional surveys that will be had.
And then follow up to that, Heatherwood is strategically placed on the border of our district. Yep. Would we be able to have access to folks that we could survey outside of our borders?
I think that's tricky. And as Rob shared, we're going to need some flexibility we can't be as lockstep on kind of how these surveys will go until we really develop these advisory teams that are really going to help co-create some of the ideas and thoughts as we work together to come up with solutions. I think anything's possible. We don't have the emails of folks who don't live in our district. We can do some general polling where folks could access information if they're interested. We could do some, maybe there's already some data that's already out there on what choices and folks, and we can maybe look at some of that. I think that it gets tricky, though, that around creating surveys that are targeting populations of students that are not within our district.
One of the important things we discussed too is the fact that there needs to be ownership in the school that's doing it. And that's what this committee, the HEAT, I believe it's what it comes out as, is going to be doing. And so my understanding is that district staff will provide them with guidance on things they could do to learn about the situation. And then they will basically work with the district staff to do that. And so an example of this thing, they might request something like that, and then staff would have to determine, is that something that we can really do? But again, the ownership of the actual school, I think, was part of the contractual agreement we were looking for between the district and the schools that were facing these issues, that they have an ownership, a control of the situation.
Thank you. And then another question. On the slide that showed the timeline, it looked like the planning for changes process ended in July, but our open enrollment window opens, or actually closes in January. So I'm just trying to understand how that works. You said to work with our open enrollment period. Is that so we could update policy very quickly between July, or regulations between July and when the open enrollment window opens? Or I'm just trying to understand that better.
The idea behind this timeline is that we would have direction to move forward by October of '24, so that the community would understand what's happening at Heatherwood moving forward, even though staff has to work to implement those changes, if that's training for teachers, whatever that's new curriculum, whatever that intends. But we would have some direction by October for the open enrollment window.
Jason?
Sorry. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question. You know, obviously, we've spent some time in previous work sessions and meetings on policies around choice and focus schools. If I look at this, the March 7th meeting, where there'll be an explanation of the process and options to be considered, what options will be presented there?
So I'm going to go back real quick. So when we talk, these are the options that made the Long Range Advisory Committee's recommendations. Down at the bottom, continuing to operate at the established staffing funding formula. So that's operating like they are now in the advisory phase, focused or specialized programming. So focused or a strand within the school. Reallocating grade levels with the neighboring school probably doesn't work in this matter. We don't have schools within a close proximity of or adjacency of Heatherwood, closure consolidation.
So, sorry, I did see that slide. I'm sorry you had to repeat that for me. So maybe the second bullet, the focus and specialized programming, what options will be presented there as far as how much flexibility will this community process have?
You know, I think at the March 7th meeting, we're just talking about the process. There's not going to be some vote or deciding what program is going to happen. I think that as we've shared with the board, we've done some polling. I think that if as we engage with the Heatherwood community, and look, I mean, depending upon where schools are, if they're on the border, right, and they think, well, as a community, we're going to really promote our neighborhood school, and you don't need to do anything. We just are going to, you know, get out there and make sure more of our neighbors come to our school. Maybe they choose to do nothing. Like, hey, you know, we can handle this. We can get our enrollment up. But if they say, you know what, we'd be open to focus or specialized programming, I think that those decisions, we have to have information beyond the school boundaries. Right, so because if you're trying to pull kids into to focus programming, it's kids that live in the zone, but also outside of the zone as well. And so we won't, March 7th, I don't even know that we'd even share what are the potential options of what that could look like. I think we would wait till we get to the advisory team process and then begin to say, here's the information we have district-wide. This is why we need a little bit of flexibility on the surveying and polling. Do we want to dial or drill in on some of these ideas locally? Do we want to, you know, commission a couple more polls to get a sense of what folks really would want to do? And then how does that compare with folks who live within our neighborhood zone with the surrounding zones to make decisions? But I think that we just have to be really smart in doing this. We know that there's programming today that parents in BVSD would like that we do not offer in the ways they would hope to see it. You've heard this. For those of you that just got off the campaign trail, I'm sure you heard it a lot. We hear it, you know, all the time through email and through public comment. And so we just want to make sure that if we're looking at multiple schools over the course of 5-6 years, where there could be the opportunity to gain some programming that we know our community is asking for, and placing those in places that balance out our capacity and rounds to be able to make them more efficient schools to run and provide the services that that I would say that we just need to do that. And the final, the final piece here is that I don't know that we would approve a focus program if a school said, we want to do something and we don't think schools would go there or kids would go there from other schools. I don't know that's the decision we would come to, right? So it's not a, hey, what do you want to do? Cook it up, build it, and if it works or it doesn't work. I think that we have to be really smart about these next steps if we're going to use this as a viable strategy at Heatherwood or any of the other schools.
Just to make sure I'm also addressing Nicole's previous question, we will make sure we are in alignment with the schools of choice policy. I believe you're taking action on that tonight. So as you're looking at that timeline, we will make sure we are in alignment with that policy. So,
Alex?
Yeah, and and again, I'm not suggesting changing our process at all, but I do think as the community gets involved in the discussion, there's some of those data points that would be really helpful if we could figure out how to parse them by region. So like, do we know how many kids in that catchment area or that whole section of the district are enrolled in St. Vrain? Do we know, how many kids are enrolled in private schools from that neighborhood? How many are homeschooling? That sort of stuff. And how have our preschool programs in that area done in terms of future recruitment? So there's all a bunch of data there that would probably be useful that we may not have. And I understand that that's a process.
Yeah, no, and I think that, we should not, we should leave no stone unturned in this process to, you get an opportunity to try to get these things correct, right? And I think that I want to be very careful, strategic, engaging. I want to partner with our communities as we think about taking on these tough challenges. And I just think that, the approach that we are proposing here and that LRAC has proposed, which is different than other approaches, is partner with the community, get some of that ownership. Let's try to work through this together, try to co-create some things that make folks excited, right, about the future of a school, as opposed to, okay, spin the wheel, which school's getting closed?
I have one more question. Right now, the place in which we share staffing models is in the back of our budget book. So after you hit a certain threshold, you go from an AP to you lose an AP, you lose all the things. It's in the back of our budget book. On slide number 2 of this presentation, it kind of lays out the big picture for enrollment, and it says that declining number of students can lead to, in bold, a less comprehensive educational experience for students at schools with smaller populations. So my question is, I have a question and I have a comment. We know that that is a challenge. I think my campaign was on 2 years ago, ensuring our students, no matter where they went to school, had opportunities for high-quality educational experiences. As our schools decline, it becomes increasingly challenging to provide that. And we know that that is a struggle, and we are hoping to find creative solutions to make that not a reality. As we get to these smaller schools, are we going to adjust that staffing, that information, or make it, even potentially if we kept it the same, more transparent to our community? Because right now it is buried in a back of a document that not a lot of folks look at.
I would say that we always follow the staffing formulas, and then we overlay one-time dollars on staffing formulas as we see fit to make sure that we're delivering on the promises that we have for that quality. And schools go through different situations and scenarios, but we don't adjust those things permanently. We follow the formula and then we overlay dollars. And so I think that it becomes challenging. You'll hear from, and we've heard from numerous schools, not just Nederland, in my time here on the board, asking for more FTE, for more this, for more that. Lots of valid reasons, right? When we understand that. But if we start to make adjustments to the formula, and I just want to be really clear here, you begin to compromise your ability to make your salary commitments within our salary schedules. And those two things are absolutely tied together. The number of people you have and how much you pay each person. And I would say that we have been very very careful to make sure that we are able to meet our salary commitments, and we've done that every year since I've been here. And so if you start to say, well, they have a good argument, we're gonna give them a couple of extra people, and it doesn't matter how many students that they have, or, you know, because we don't take away. We don't say, they have too much from the formula. We don't ever take things away. What you inevitably do is you get stuck in these situations where folks are upside down and they're having to close schools and make hard decisions because they've overcommitted on salaries and they don't have the money to balance the budget, right? And so we don't do that where we overlay with temporary dollars as situations arise. We've done that with our instructional reserve, which we budget each and every year, which our team has full discretion on how they place those individuals based on where folks at. We did that with our bandwidth funding, which was additional dollars to the instructional reserve. You know, at one point there was funding at NED where we invested some one-time dollars in the hopes that it would raise enrollment, right, through a commitment, and you heard folks talk about it, 2017, we held that on to that for 3 additional years, right, but we don't ever do those things forever, and it's hard to quantify for folks, you know, what that looks like, and I won't commit to being able to quantify that. I think that we need a flexibility. Well, I was at a school today where they were telling me if you don't have another teacher in 5th grade, the school is going to implode because of the number of challenges and issues that we have in 5th grade next year. And when we've listened to our schools and have added those resources, it has never gone bad. But we can't sustain it. So just to be clear, you know, that's where in the budget instructional reserve or bandwidth funding, that $3 to $4 million, which is 20 to 30 folks, give or take, depending on average salary benefits, probably $125K, right? That we need that flexibility to be able to iron out the wrinkles in some of our staffing formulas, and to abide by our contracts with BVA.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dr. Anderson. And I guess the point that I was more trying to make was that because every school, when they lose a round or in a classroom, they do ask, like they pitch a case, we hear it all the time, and they don't understand the why. And so if we can just be clearer on that information and the whys, I know it won't go away, but I think it does help our community to understand that we have those staffing allocations in place for reasons that help us remain financially healthy. And so having those more available for folks.
We absolutely can have those available, and I always think that parents who see the opportunity to provide more, and they care about their teachers, they're going to come and advocate, and I think that we hear that and we listen to that. And I think that there's a business aspect of running a school district that is real. Right? We're one of the largest employers. We have 4,300 employees in Boulder Valley Schools. We got to make payroll. And we have the largest transportation, the largest food service. You know, how many million square feet are we operating, Rob?
4.8 right now.
4.8 million square feet. Like, so compare us to all those other things. There's a business aspect of this job as well that we take incredibly seriously. And if you don't take that seriously, you start running into problems and issues that affects bond ratings, it affects your ability to go out and borrow money. And so there's a nuts and bolts to this thing that folks probably don't want to get into, but we have a really highly skilled team, and we'll always make sure that we're keeping the interests of this district at the forefront when we're making decisions and trying to solve the problems that we're trying to solve.
Alex?
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I think it's good for the community to hear. I guess one of the things I'm curious about is amongst our surveys, if we can find out what our community knows about these things, of those things that we have to calculate, so that they get a sense of the boxes that we're in. And I don't need to make all the community have, multi-hour meetings about the budget or understand all the details. But I do think there's something where we'll continue to get the pushback of saying, hey, we need to make sure all our staff get the same and you need to give us more. And we also need to say, hey, that's if we do that, then we have to close some schools to do that. And they have to understand the trade-offs in the community so that we can have engage, and not just the one school that we're engaging with because they're at that phase, but that the community as a whole understands that there isn't enough money, and we want to keep our commitments to our teachers and to the quality. So that's why I'm just wondering if we would find out what they know.
Well, I can tell you a way you engage folks is you do what we're doing and be transparent, and you make lists and you let folks know what's coming. And then that's how folks will engage and pay attention. I think that's what we owe to our community, right? We don't want to sneak up. We're not trying to sneak up on anybody on this. And we've been talking about long-range advisory committee, and it's been on the front page, above the fold, in the Daily Camera at least a dozen times around the challenges that we have, right? And yet today we had a room full of folks, right, talking about we need more FTE not tied to student count. Right, so I mean, and because I just think that folks are going to fight for their communities and advocate for the people they care about, and that's not, and I don't think that, and it's not, certainly not a criticism. I just think that that's the reality, and I wish I could tell you all this is going to be easy, right? But it's not going to be easy because we're going to have to make choices. We're going to have to be honest with folks. We're going to have to look tough decisions square in the eye and make recommendations that not everybody's going to like. And that is the world of declining enrollment. Now, I would say the process that we have where we are engaging the community, trying to find optimistic ways where we can increase enrollment to stop some of the decline, and potentially engage folks with what some of those solutions might look like, I think is the best path forward.
Oh, Jorge.
Thank you. I really appreciate this discussion because could be some tough choices, and the more we can be ahead of it, the more we can increase community participation, the better. And so I'm curious, at the community engagement phase, it's really, critical. At the enrollment advisory phase, is there something that we could be doing in terms of like more softer approaches, supports to start the conversation a little earlier for those schools, that the 6 that are in that level, that we could provide support in terms of, I know we're doing a lot of things across our policy and changes in open enrollment, but is there a way to engage those conversations earlier for some of those schools?
I'd go back to the presentation we heard earlier about our strategic plan and the lean administrative team that we're operating here at the district. To do that in a meaningful way, I would be very cautious as to really starting to try to dig in with folks prior to the process that LRAC has set up. Now, that doesn't mean folks aren't going to start talking. That doesn't mean folks aren't going to start brainstorming. Doesn't mean that folks in communities won't start talking. But I think for us, when you get to that community engagement phase, but the way that we've structured that gives us the ability to do it right. Now, we have our first community engagement phase. We've never done this before. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if we need all of that time. Maybe we can come to consensus faster. Maybe it's not as complicated as we're preparing for. And potentially, there's another. I think that we need to reserve the right to change and adjust depending upon how we see this goes, right? So I'm not saying never, but I'm saying definitely not now. That we need to give all of our focus to Heatherwood, and all of our team's focus to Heatherwood, and really honor the process as it stands today.
Jason?
I had a question. It's a very thoughtful and clear process on community engagement at Heatherwood and on, for the other schools in the next category. I guess what I'm concerned about is just kind of an overall community engagement for our community as a whole. I think it played out exactly as I think many of us are concerned about tonight, in that we saw that last slide, and then we had Dr. Anderson provide a lot of context, and hey, these are based on assumptions not changing. But what I'm concerned about is that the headline of that slide, and in 5 years, this is what this district looks like, where we have 6 schools on one list and 7 on another. And so I hope, I don't have an answer for what that looks like, and I'm sure there's a lot of people working on this, but I hope there's an equally effective and thoughtful communications strategy for the entire community to do exactly what you did, Dr. Anderson, which is to clarify that this is a projection, that this is a snapshot in time based on assumptions that that likely will change, and here are the things we're doing. And so, like I said, I don't have an answer for that, but I think that's an equally important component here, not just the community engagement at these specific schools, but our entire community that we'll definitely be hearing from, because they'll see headlines like that of what this might look like in 5 years. And so there's just concern about that process.
And I would say that, and I've shared this in some, because at the BVSD Connects meetings, it's been all about declining enrollment, and we've had some of this conversation. And what I've shared is folks know if they go to a small school, right? If you have 2 teachers or less in your grade, right, you're a smaller school. So I do think that we'll communicate, and I do think folks will misinterpret what we've communicated. I do think that there's going to be some of that happens. I think it's inevitable. And I also think that folks will watch how this first process goes. And if we do that incredibly well, hopefully it will give folks comfort in the ways that we're handling and moving forward with this. And so, these meetings are public, these presentations are public. I would say that this list will probably get more folks to engage. I mean, I'd assume that we'd have more folks than staff and Chris. And Chris, I love seeing you, but it's not like we didn't say we were going to talk about it on this date, right? So I hear what you're saying, Jason. I think that we've engaged leadership throughout our community as we've talked about what we're doing. I would say that leadership in the city of Boulder, in Boulder County Commission, even the university, folks know and understand where we are and what we're doing, been really clear. I think our LRAC is made up of leaders throughout our community that have communicated that within their networks. We have a strong communication department and team, and not only will we push out just kind of the here's what's happening, but we'll respond to additional principals if they have communication needs that they'll have, and we'll just hit the ground, and we can go talk with folks and kind of let them know where things are. But we won't overpromise, right? I mean, the situation is where it is, right? As you heard Glenn say, something happens, we take a 5% decline in enrollment next year. We're projecting, whatever we're projecting, 1% to 2% like we've been projecting. You take a 5%, I mean, that list gets read real quick.
Speaking of communication, I'm hearing our English live feed for this meeting has gone down. I don't know if we have already fixed it, but just a heads up that I've got a couple texts about that. Lelania.
So Heatherwood is in the district from which I come, and so I suspect that I'll hear a lot of questions about community members applying to the educational advisory team. Can you tell me a little bit more about how that will work and what you're looking for on that community team?
I don't have that for you tonight. We will get that to the board, but we will be specific on March 7th about that. We'll walk through the process, et cetera, on March 7th.
I'll jump in and discuss one other thing. So the other thing that was important that we discussed about last night is that existing committees in the Heatherwood community, so I can never remember if we're SACs or whatever now out there, a PTO and all, people from those need to be engaged too, because I know from my previous times on those committees, the district comes in with a new committee and we need to participate in this too. So that was one of the things we talked about last night that will guide some, but it will be much broader than that.
We have asked for 2 members from LRAC to be part of that committee also.
Board members, any final questions? Kitty.
Well, it's not so much a question as a comment. I'm hearing from some fellow board members some concern about the process and about, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but that the board members should be more involved in it. And that's really not how our board functions. It's not how our district has functioned. As we were told during the work session, we have got a fabulous staff. And we need to let them do their jobs. I mean, if something egregious comes up, and it has happened once, where the board has said, no, we really don't want to do that. That's one thing, but when we say, well, we should really do this, or what about that? And I want you to do this, it puts more work on the staff. And so I think we just need to be aware that, of course, we have input, but I'm just sensing that we're trying to get input more in the weeds than at the 30,000-foot level. That's all.
I really appreciate tonight's conversation, very thoughtful, and I support a lot of the comments my fellow board members have made. My question is, I'm already thinking about that community engagement process and kind of piggybacking off of some of the questions Elenia asked. Who's leading that? Who's facilitating that? 'Cause I think that's an important question to me.
So I'm looking in the back. There's Dr. De La Cruz, our deputy superintendent, and Robin Fernandez, assistant superintendent of schools, will be leading and facilitating that process.
Great, and one more thought on that. It's, I really want to be thoughtful about how we approach this initial community engagement process. I know you guys will do a great job, but hopefully we can, I don't know, be reflective, because we'll probably have to do it again, right? And how will we modify it for the next time around? So whatever we can do to be thoughtful as we move through that would be great.
Lelania.
One more, sorry to keep trying to understand it. What kind of input do you ask for in a community from the administrative level, principal, or teachers? Has LRAC kind of fleshed that out at all?
What type of, expand on that a little bit more, I'm not sure I'm following.
So in the educational advisory team, do you ask for participation from principals and teachers of the school?
Yes, the staff, principals in particular will be part of this process. Yep. You're talking about the community engagement process? Yes.
But I'm referring specifically to the advisory team. I'm just trying to understand what.
We will, yeah, we would ask the principal to be part of that.
Principal is part of that team.
Active engagement, and then staff will be part of that process also.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. There is some exciting and challenging work ahead of us and work ahead of Heatherwood Community and the LRAC Committee. So thank you for your time tonight.
I'm going to address Mr. Chavez. You had asked about the engagement. Our team is made up of principals, teachers, community members, and our main focus was to make sure that we were transparent from the beginning and that every school knew where they stood. And that way parents could see it. We've made sure everything is public, everything that we've said and we've discussed. And so I know quite a few of you, I believe 4 of you are new and weren't here at those meetings where we addressed that, but they are available, and I encourage you to go back and read a lot of the stuff that we had put together early on in the process last year. So.
Thank you. So our next information item for this evening is legislative update. Dr. Anderson, do you have anything you'd like to discuss?
I sure do. Headed down to the Capitol on Friday, along with some of my fellow Front Range superintendents to talk to our delegation, their delegations, anybody who will listen around our concerns around school finance formula, making changes without adding additional money. Amidst the challenges that we've already talked about this evening, imagine taking those on with $7.5 million less, which is what will happen if COLA is reallocated to do the things that I think aren't bad things that the task force recommended. They just need additional funds. So I will be down at the Capitol and talking to all of our friends. I also want to just thank our delegation for doing an amazing job of showing up to talk with us at 8 o'clock in the morning on a day that they had a full day of work ahead of them. They met us down there and just really appreciate, their listening, learning, understanding, and advocating for all of the students and folks that work in BVSD.
Thanks for that. One thing I wanted to bring up, as board members, I think, were made aware, there are a lot of education bills that come through the state capitol every year, way more than we can manage. We've been in conversations with our folks at Policy Matters about how to call the lists and identify pieces of legislation, bills that are of value and relevant to us. One of the things we talked about is, and our legislators brought up, is having a much shorter and clearer list of legislative priorities. And I know Beth and I had attended at CASB a discussion on just that, and other school districts have and school boards have used subcommittee time with board members to kind of do some of that work outside of our board meetings, because as you can tell by the clock, it takes some time on a lot of other agendas. And so that's just something I wanted to float, that as we continue to move forward and think about how best to advocate for the needs of our students, the needs of our district, how we are using the process we have and how it might be improved. So that's just one other thing I wanted to float out on that. At this time, I would like board members to call a 5-minute comfort break, because we still have a lot of the agenda ahead of us. Calling the meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda for this evening is action items consent grouping. 8.1 personnel items, 8.2 approval of minutes, February 13th, 2024 regular meeting, 8.3 approval of minutes, February 20th, 2024 special meeting, 8.4 appointment of election committee members, 8.5 approval of contract amendment with DURSEC Incorporated to purchase email protection software from Proofpoint for information technology, 8.6 approval of purchase from Public Sector Human Resources Consulting LLC to conduct market study for human resources. 8.7, cancellation of March 26, 2024 board meeting. 8.8, grant Career and College Connection, School Counselor Corps, Colorado Department of Education. 8.9, grant School to Work Alliance Program, Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. Are there any items board members would like to pull from the consent grouping? Hearing none, we need a motion to approve the items on the consent grouping list. Moved by Kitty, seconded by Jorge. Board members, is there any discussion on the consent grouping? No. Laura, will you please call the roll?
Chavez.
Yes.
Medler.
Yes?
Niznik.
Yes.
Quinlan Oweda.
Yes.
Rajpal.
Yes.
Sargent.
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The next item on our agenda this evening is policy action items in consent grouping. 10.1, Board Policy JC School Attendance Areas. 10.2, Board Policy JECC School Assignment and School Choice. 10.3, Board Policy IFF Schools of Choice. Are there any items board members would like to pull from consent grouping? Hearing none, we need a motion to approve the remaining items on policy action consent grouping before we begin discussion. Moved by Jason, seconded by Jorge. Board members, is there any discussion on the policy consent grouping? One question that I have is, with us pulling the preferences from our charter schools from the reg, which I completely agree with, we don't have documented anywhere how we might convey to our community where they might find out about what the preferences are. I don't expect our community to look through charter contracts to find out what the preferences are for those individual schools. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity, or if we would need to pull this to make this opportunity to come to fruition, language to add either into JECC under data, a simple sentence saying that preferences for all schools will be listed on the website or individual schools, or if that could potentially go into JECCR. I just want to make sure our community has full access to all of the preferences that might be negotiated. And I wanted to bring that forward as a question, and it might be something I have to pull. Kitty.
This question came up last night at the LRAC meeting, and I think Bill had said, just if we could just put it all on the open enrollment site so that people don't have to go looking around, because that is an issue with finding out a lot of things on our website, is it's not always easy.
And I agree that is a very logical place to put it. I just wondered if we need to codify that somewhere so folks know. Or if we don't have to have it codified and we can just uphold that commitment that we will be very transparent. That was my question, because I do believe it should be there. That's what we have discussed. We just didn't note it anywhere. Dr. Anderson.
We can make the commitment to have it on the website. I mean, it only makes sense if we're going to have an open enrollment website to have all those preferences up there. And then, you could pass the policy as is now. We could always come back and revisit it if that doesn't feel like that it's sufficient. Again, the idea that folks would be going into policy to look for it anyways. they're going to go to the website.
Kathleen?
I'd just add that consistent with DAC's recommendation, we did add language to JECC to make sure that we're providing good information about open enrollment, multimodal, lots of different ways that we would provide that information. So I do think that the board has indicated that policy directive to make sure that we're communicating extensively. And I know our open enrollment department, since we took all that detail out of some of the policy and regulations, will really be looking at the best way to optimize their website.
Thank you for that. I just want to make that clear to our community that it will be available readily. Any other items to discuss on those policy before we call the roll? Okay, hearing none. Laura, can you please call the roll?
Chavez.
Yes.
Medler.
Yes.
Niznik.
Yes.
Quinlan Oweda.
Yes.
Rajpal.
Yes.
Sargent.
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The next item on our agenda this evening is our policy action items. We have up for action Board Policy JECC-R, School Choice Procedure, Open Enrollment. Kathleen is going to give a synopsis of the three of our options. We will then have a discussion for board members. Because this is your first time at this, there are some parliamentary procedures that we will take to choose which agenda items to move forward and how that vote works. But with that, I will turn it over to Kathleen.
Yes, good evening. Congratulations. I think this board has now accomplished more policy in your first 2.5 months than any board I've ever been made aware of. With the 27 board policies that you did in January, and these 3 really substantial, as Board Member Sargent will remember, we've touched this policy annually forever. So as someone who loves board policy, thank you so much. So this is a little interesting, and we'll see how we will tiptoe through this next step. So as the board knows, you don't really need to vote or take action on a regulation. We don't do that in the same way. We usually would have presented it as an information item. But here, because we really did need to come back to the board following a robust discussion, we prepared a couple different versions of the same regulation. The good news is that they really differ only in the treatment and the language around the preference for students who are seeking to return to their neighborhood school. In the most recent information that was gathered on this for the board RFI, we found that surprisingly, this doesn't seem to be a hugely active area, but times won't always be what they are today. So while we may have had 28 kids accessing this preference in the last lottery, we want to build a policy that will live into the future. So version 1 really just makes the red line language cleanups that the board asked for, and then continues the preferences in the same order as they currently exist, so that returning students remains at preference 4 in version 1. Version 2, that preference was moved to the top item, number 1, all by itself, and then the rest of the preferences follow. And in the third version, that preference, number 4, returning to their school from a choice school, is moved into that first area as a co-preference for our kids who have moved but want to stay in the school that they're currently attending. So those are the only difference, is how that one preference is treated. So those are the 3 versions. I think at this point, there could be additional board discussion, and then we could entertain a motion for the one that the board would like to move forward.
Board members, any discussion on this topic? And I see Alex's hand raised already.
Yeah, in our last week's discussion, as I remember it, there was a fourth option that's not amongst the three before us today, which was to treat those returning from their neighborhood school as a guaranteed thing like anybody else who lived in the attendance area of their school and not an enrollment preference. Was there a reason an option for that wasn't prepared?
Yes. So the reason that we need to process students through our lottery, our open enrollment, is so that we can make all of the decisions that the board is hearing about that happen this time of year. So what we're asking for through this process is that families who want to return would make us aware of that on the timeline, that we're doing all of the other planning that needs to happen for the next school year. Carving that out and taking it outside the lottery would require us to create a whole new process. By asking families to notify us in the way that we ask all families to notify us of where they would like to attend the next year, we preserve this streamlined policy, a simple, clear process, and I think the option of moving that preference up to number one, we have no indication in any data that that doesn't effectively make it a guarantee. As the board talked about at the last meeting, and I did painfully rewatch my own face on the tube so that I could make sure I really listened to all of it again, there was a lot of concern about signaling to families, we want you to stay with us. We want you in BVSD. We've added a lot of language to this policy. And I think, candidly, I haven't done a lot of versions like this before. Typically, we take the board's input, we talk to staff, we think about practically what is going to make sense for families and not create additional staff load. So it's our recommendation, my recommendation, that we don't create an entirely new process, but we find a way to make this policy accomplish all of those objectives.
Alex.
What is our policy when someone moves into the school district catchment area for a school? Don't we have an existing process by which the families who buy a new house or rent one and move into the catchment area are enrolled in that school the next fall, even if they come in after the open enrollment period? And couldn't we use that process and just say these folks can do it just like anybody else who moves into the neighborhood? And that wouldn't take a new process?
Dr. Anderson.
It's because it's an add and a loss in our that's the difference, right? So somebody moves in. Right now, if they move from one neighborhood to another neighborhood, which I don't know what the X would be on that, right? And they want to go to their neighborhood school and hadn't been exhibiting a choice. But if we don't have a process where we know where folks are going to school, and what I heard the concern that you shared, Alex, last time was that people wanted to go back to their home school and they couldn't because there wasn't room. We need to know so we don't count the kids twice. I would say that that is the challenge. If your worry is that a school, even if a school is full, I mean, I'm guessing that's where you're getting at. Even if a school is full, can they still go back to their home school even if there isn't a seat? And that's the problem that you're talking to with asking the questions you're asking. And I don't know that we have, at least today, that has not been an issue based on the data that we've pulled from what I understand. So, I mean, but that would be for the board to consider. I think that, again, this is a little bit different, Kathleen, because typically we just share with you the regulation as an information item, right? But I know that there was a lot of board conversation around this. I want to honor, the board's kind of thoughts and ideas around this. If if the board were to say, none of these options work, make a, then we would have to table this whole policy and come up with that for us, or somebody could make a motion to amend. But I'm not even comfortable with that, because I think that we would have to go think, what you're proposing overlaps some other processes. We would need to think through those. I think that in presenting the 3 policies, it was, move it up, move it equal, keep it the same, and as 3 choices. But if none of those are acceptable to the collective will of the board, we would have to go back to the drawing board, and I don't think we'd be able to do that tonight.
Board members, we have 3 very good policies in front of us. We just had a presentation with some very difficult information for our community. We made a commitment to the Long Range Advisory Committee to accomplish the work of these policy changes by today. In fact, we pushed their schedule back to give us time to adequately discuss these, to bring them forward to the board. So I feel confident with the 3 policies staff had brought forward, knowing the expertise that they lend to that. One policy I would like to remove from our consideration is the one that combines the first 2 preferences. I think the data from the RFI was valuable if we were going to continue to track data effectively moving forward. Having 2 combined choices makes that data muddy. The RFI from this that I submitted that was provided to the board showed 28 folks exercising that option 4 of returning to a neighborhood school after choice. 108 kiddos had to move and exercise a choice to remain in their school, wanting to remain in their school. Siblings and staff preferences were far greater than both of those. And so if we want to continue to monitor data as we change, as we offer programs, as we flex for declining enrollment, I think the clearer we can keep the more separate those buckets can be, the clearer our data will be to help us make informed choices moving forward. So that is my thought on that policy option, whichever, maybe number 3, I think. So not excited about that one. I just want to share that. Lelania.
I'm in favor of red line number 2, which is bringing the BVSD students wishing to return from a choice school to their designated school for the next school year as preference number 1. Alex, I think it comes, at least in my mind, and I would like Alex to respond to this if he would. It comes as close in my mind as it can be without calling it a guarantee, because any time in a catchment area, if you didn't have enough seats, you'd still have to reallocate that student elsewhere, right? So this is saying it's the very first preference. So in the unlikely event that there could be a time, you're right, if you consolidated schools or something. But I think this is as close as you can get by putting it as preference number 1. And I will also clearly agree with Nicole that I do not think we should mix preferences, because we need that data.
As a reminder, I know we like to talk to each other, but we should not be calling on each other for response. Board members can raise your hand and I will handle that. Alex and then Beth.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will withdraw my proposal, but just for a little bit of history, the reason I proposed this, my kids went to community Montessori over 7 years, and multiple families were counseled to enroll in a private school first so that they could return to their neighborhood school. So we're only dealing with 28 kids in a given year, but that adds up. And they're the students, I would argue, who are most likely to exit BVSD at a time of declining enrollment. And the language I had proposed, which I'm disappointed wasn't shared back, was that the families that are intending to return to their school be treated in the same capacity of anyone else who was in that catchment zone. So if there was any issue of having too many kids in a neighborhood, they would be treated on par with everyone else. And my intent was both to make sure that when we have choice, it's really important that it works for kids. And if you're going to promote choice and have lots of options, kids should go to the choice that works for them. And I think we need to respect the parents' choice when they figure out that something's not working. I saw that with Montessori, where many parents would figure out by about kindergarten, first grade, it wasn't good for their kid. And BVSD's answer to them was, well, go enroll in a private school, and then after you've been there for half a year, you could probably come back and get into your neighborhood school. That seems self-defeating in this environment. But I totally support number 2 instead. I'm just disappointed to note that we have passed so many policies in such a fast time that we would feel like we had some commitment to pass the 28th policy because of another deadline. So, I mean, I think it's fair to have discussion about it, and I withdraw my proposal, and I support number 2, but I think that's unfortunate. I think we should not feel the rush to adopt all our policies if we can't talk through the issues.
So I also am in favor of red line number 2. To my mind, it signals what we've consistently talked about over the last several meetings, that we want to keep kids in their neighborhood schools. We want to continue to value access to neighborhood schools. So I also agree with Nicole and Melania that we probably shouldn't mix preferences for the future of measuring that preference. So I'm in favor of red line number 2. Kitty.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of number 2, but to reconcile Nicole's point with Alex's point about adopting something, this is a regulation which is the easiest thing to change. I think if we made the commitment we're going to do this by now, that we should do it. We can always come back, especially if situations change and, you know, the demand for school choice shifts a lot. It's easy to come back and redo it. I know my first year on the board, we had to adopt a policy because state law said we had to adopt it. So, you know, we didn't have a whole lot of choice about whether or not we did it. We had to do it, but you could always go back and tweak it.
Dr. Anderson.
And Alex, to your point, I think that that's where an administrative transfer would come into play, right? And I wasn't here when you got that last answer. I could promise you I'm not giving anybody that answer. Nobody on our team is giving anybody that answer. And it's unfortunate because it just seems like a silly workaround. It doesn't add up, right? So I want to honor that and your experience. And I would say that, you know, the folks that let us know that are in district, they're all getting their first preference in this environment. And in the instance that something bizarre would happen, and I'm saying this publicly, what I would tell my team to do is have them apply for administrative transfer and let us deal with it in that way. And so, you know, I appreciate the conversation, board members. I appreciate that it's just taken a little bit of time. I do appreciate taking action on this evening. Things are going to get pretty complicated over the course of the next week or two in just trying to figure out what everything is and what everything means. And if you had a policy that was hanging out there that we didn't, or a regulation that we didn't take action on today, it could create some unnecessary fuzziness, in my opinion, moving forward. But I would say that every year we'll revisit JECCR. I mean, we know that we're going to revisit JECCR as we think about some of the potential options moving forward. So we'll have another opportunity. But I am on the record, right? If that provides comfort for other folks, that's how we would deal with that situation.
So I hear my board members sharing a preference for option number 2. My one concern there, and maybe it's not a concern because right now we have the space and it's different, having that little bit of challenge getting back to your neighborhood school did cause a lot of families some pause, prevented some shopping around, which is known to happen, and I just wonder the extent to which this change might increase the shopping around. Grass is greener type of mentality. I'm going to check out this one. It's not so good. I'm going to hop back. I'm going to check out that one. I'm going to hop back. And maybe it's moot because we have in the most of our schools a space, but it is just something that I am holding space for. Also, as I've mentioned, I don't love the fact that folks that have to move are being bumped to number 2. But maybe those 28 kids aren't going to make an appreciable preference, so I can live with option number 2. Kathleen, I had one language change to suggest different. The very last paragraph under charter school that says
charter school admission criteria. I was just thinking it would be more aligned if we use the word enrollment preferences there. It's not going to make a substantive change, but if we could entertain changing those words in that last sentence for clarity.
I would endorse that change. I think this entire policy and regulation, we never use the words admission criteria elsewhere. I was looking at some Supreme Court case law as I was working through the multiple versions, so I think that that would be an appropriate change that's consistent with the remainder of the policy.
Thanks. Board members, any other discussion on this topic? Kitty?
I just have a question. I mean, with declining enrollment, this is probably not going to be a problem, but I know we have some schools that are much fuller than others. Does anybody know, have we ever had schools that that had 0 slots and so took no open enrollment for a particular year? I know we haven't recently.
But the answer to that is yes, and today, if you were to try to apply for Peak to Peak or Summit, and some of our other choice schools, they have waiting lists still.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess
But neighborhood schools, there has been I mean, the example that Alex shared is a real one, right? That you're trying to get back into the neighborhood school and just saying that it was full. But again, my commitment to solve this issue would be through administrative if the board is inclined to support option 2 with the suggested changes that Nicole has written, or whether you accept that or don't accept that, then it would be the administrative transfer. And then it would just, if there was one example where that not working, I would encourage board members to bring this up and bring it back to us, and let's talk about it then.
Kitty, then Alex.
So follow up on that. Somebody wanting to return to their home school could get an administrative, or apply for administrative transfer. Could not that be the same case for somebody who has to move out of their attendance area and wants to stay? So there would still be a remedy for folks to keep their kids from being traumatized or something.
We are open for business. I need to be really clear that, I know we're getting caught up in some nuance here, right? The idea that we'd be turning kids away in an era of declining enrollment doesn't add up, right? So just to be very clear, right? Our goal would be to get as many students in our schools as we can.
Yeah, I appreciate the nuance of this discussion and all the perspectives from the board, so I'm grateful for this discussion. I would say, to the point of whether or not we want to give people who are trying to exercise choice pause. I mean, I believe that was actually the intent of this policy originally 25 years ago, was to discourage families from exercising choice for the options. And while we're engaged in trying to put in focus schools or focus programming in order to attract enrollment in our schools, or to readjust enrollment in our schools so that we'll have enough kids in each school to provide the services that we want, then I think we don't want to be setting up barriers to people exercising the choices that we're providing to them if we're providing the choice in order to solve our own problems of quality. So that's why I don't really see the utility of discouraging a family from pursuing the choices we provide them, as long as they're all good choices.
Board members, any further discussion before we someone makes a motion to move forward with an option? Did you, Jorge?
So I make the motion to approve option number 2.
Is there a second?
I second.
I think I heard Lelania first, actually. Any further discussion on option number 2 or comments?
Point of clarification, just for the record, is that option 2 with the adjusted language that Nicole recommended, or without?
With the recommended language.
Does the second still stand? Any further comments or discussion, board members? Laura, can you please call the roll?
Chavez,
Yes.
Medler,
Yes.
Niznik,
Yes.
Quinlan Oeda,
Yes.
Rajpal,
Yes.
Sergeant,
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations, board members. That was a heavy lift, and thank you to the District Accountability Committee and all of our thought partners as we've engaged in this process on declining enrollment and the related policies. At this time, we are moving on to the final item of our agenda for the evening, which is board prioritization and future agenda requests, future agenda requests for future board prioritization meeting. Are there any items that board members haven't previously brought up that they would like to be considered? Alex?
I really liked your idea of a committee to perhaps consider the legislative priorities and figure out how to narrow down our list. So I don't know when we do that. It's probably not for this session, I assume. But I do like the idea of making sure we don't lose that idea. Great suggestion.
Jason?
I would just, it came up in our discussion at the legislature with the breakfast, but just finding ways, and whether that's through committee, as Alex suggested, or just moving it up in the calendar. But I think the response from the delegation and others was meeting with them earlier is preferred, and so I would propose a way to add that to the calendar earlier than December or whenever it typically happens.
Board members, do we have a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting? Moved by Kitty. Seconded by Jorge. Laura, could you please call the roll?
Chavez,
Yes.
Medler,
Yes.
Niznik,
Yes.
Quinlan Oeda,
Yes.
Rajpal,
Yes.
Sergeant,
Yes.
Unger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
With that, we are adjourned for this evening. Good night, everyone.